Thank you everyone for joining us today. This event is about to start, so please kindly take your seat and can you please check your phone if it is muted. We'll be starting in like 3 minutes. 그리고 줌으로 참석 중이신 분들께 안내드립니다. 통역이 필요하신 분이 계시면 줌 하단 오른쪽에 통역 버튼이 있습니다. For those attending virtually, we can choose the language to listen to. There's an interpretation button. So click the icon and select the language you'd like to hear. 지금 아직 안 오신 분이 계셔서 딱 2분 후에 시작하겠습니다. 10시 2분에 시작하겠습니다. 그리고 행사가 시작하면 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 여기 권 장관님도 계시기 때문에 지금부터는 저는 그냥 한국말로 진행을 하겠습니다. Since simultaneous interpretation will be provided today and Minister Kwon Yonsei is here with us, I will continue in Korean from now on. 안녕하십니까. 이 자리에 오신 여러분 모두 환영합니다. 오늘 사회를 맡은 Save NK 부대표 김민정입니다. COI COI 설립 10주년 북한 인권 운동의 중점 과제와 미래라는 제목으로 진행될 오늘 국제 세미나에 오신 여러분 모두 환영합니다. 오늘 행사는 이곳 오프라인으로 진행될 뿐만 아니라 줌 생중계를 통해서 온라인으로도 진행이 되고 있습니다. 오늘 세미나에 대해서 잠시 소개를 드리겠습니다. 오늘 세미나는 UN 북한인권조사위원회 10주년을 기념하는 행사로서 개회식을 시작으로 2개의 세션으로 준비가 되어 있습니다. 첫 번째 세션은 북한의 부금시설에서 자행되고 있는 인권 유린의 행태 그리고 반인도적 범죄를 규명하고 국제법을 근거로 이러한 인권 유린에 대한 책임 소재를 규명할 것입니다. 이 세션에서는 북한인권위원회와 국제변호사협회가 법무법인 데베보이스 앤 플림턴의 지원으로 발간한 보고서를 중점적으로 논의할 것입니다. 첫 번째 세션 이후 오찬이 진행될 예정입니다. 이어서 이어질 두 번째 세션에서는 앞으로 국제사회가 북한의 인권 상황을 개선하기 위해서 집중해야 할 구체적인 의제를 제시할 것입니다. 토론자들은 COI 설립 10주년 그리고 냉전 종식 34년이 지난 지금 이 시점에서 북한에 대한 인권 우선 접근을 제안할 것입니다. 자, 그럼 이정훈 연세대학교 국제학대학원 원장님을 모시고 환영사를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 외교부 북한인권 협력 대사를 역임하신 이정훈 대사님께서는 이번 3월에 통일부 자문기구인 북한인권증진위원회의 위원장으로도 위촉이 되셨습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
여러분 반갑습니다. 지금 소개받은 이정훈 국제학대학원 원장입니다. 오늘 UN COI 설립 10주년을 계기로 준비한 국제회의에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀을 드리고자 합니다. 특히 저희 연세대학교 국제학대학원 국제학연구소와 공동으로 주최하는 미국의 북한인권위원회 HRNK, Congratulatory, 국제변호사협회, International Bar Association, 마야, 사단법인 CREDO, 이은경 대표님, 또 국가안보전략연구원 한석희 원장님에게 감사드립니다. 또한 바쁘신데도 이 중요한 논의를 위해 격려사를 해주시는 권영세 통일부 장관님과 기조연설을 해주시기 위해 지금 거진 다 오셨습니다. 인천에서부터 강연을 하고 지금 오시고 계신데 이 송상현 전 국제형사재판소 소장님께 특히 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 사실 이 회의와 관련해서 몇 년 전부터 마이클 마야하고 그렉 스칼라티오하고 그 시기가 개최 시기를 놓고 계속해서 상의를 해왔었습니다. 그런데 지난 문재인 정권 때는 여러모로 개최하기가 매우 어려운 환경이었습니다. 그 이유는 아마 여러분들도 잘 아실 겁니다. 근데 엎친 데 겹친 격으로 코로나가 발생이 되면서 사실 지난 2, 3년 동안 저희가 그 발이 아주 꽁꽁 묶였었습니다. 추진을 못하고 있었는데 오늘 통일부 장관님을 모시고 또 이런 회의를 개최할 수 있다는 건 세상이 정상적으로 바뀌었다는 점을 입증해 주는 것이라 매우 흐뭇하지 않을 수 없습니다. 오늘 회의에서는 특히 HRNK와 IBA가 법무법인 드베부아 앤 플림턴의 프로보노 지원으로 2022년 작년에 발간한 북한의 구금시설에서 자행되는 반인도 범죄에 대한 보고서를 공개하기 때문에 의미가 상당히 크다고 생각을 합니다. 저도 개인적으로 한 10년 전에 영국의 대형 로펌인 호간 러버스에 부탁을 해 이 법률사무소가 북한의 제노사이드에 대한 보고서를 출간한 적이 있었는데 이 대형 해외 로펌들이 갖고 있는 사회에 대한 책임감, 노블레스 오블리주는 우리도 본받아야 할 점이 아닌가 그렇게 생각을 합니다. COI 보고서의 조사 내용과 권고사항은 워낙 의미가 크기 때문에 설립 10주년이 된 이 시점에서 세 가지 핵심 사항은 다시 짚어볼 필요가 있다고 생각을 합니다. 간단하게 첫째, 북한의 3대에 걸친 수십 년간의 조직적 인권 탄압이 반인도 범죄에 규정되었다는 점. 둘째, 책임 추궁을 위해 김정은을 포함한 북한 지도층을 국제형사재판소에 회부할 것을 권고했다는 점. 그리고 셋째, 다들 쩔쩔매는 중국에 대해서도 탈북자의 강제 북송은 반인도 범죄 방조 행위에 해당한다는 점입니다. 이와 관련해서 오찬 때 오늘 오찬 때 마이클 커비 전 COI 위원장은 사전 녹화 영상을 통해 원래는 오시기로 했었는데 제네바에 일정이 잡히시는 바람에 그냥 영상으로 지난 10년을 되돌아보면서 북한 인권 운동의 향후 과제를 논의할 것입니다. 의미 있는 변화를 이끌어내기 위한 가장 효과적인 방법은 무엇인지, 탈북 난민을 강제 북송하는 중국 정부의 인권 유린 행위를 어떻게 저지할 수 있는지에 대한 실효성 있는 논의를 오늘 전체 회의에서 기대합니다. 다시 한번 오늘 회의에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 유익한 회의가 되기를 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
다음으로 권영세 통일부 장관님을 모시고 격려사를 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
예, 반갑습니다. 통일부 장관입니다. 먼저 북한 인권 개선을 바라는 마음으로 이 자리에 함께해 주신 모든 분들을 환영하며 따뜻한 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 특별히 오늘은 유엔 북한인권조사위원회 설립 10주년을 맞아 연세대학교 국제학대학원 국제학연구소와 미국 북한인권위원회 그리고 세계 변호사협회에서 세미나를 마련해 주셨습니다. 세미나를 준비해 주신 이정훈 연세대 교수님, 그레그 스칼라튜 북한인권위원회 사무총장님, 마이클 마야 세계 변호사협회 북미 사무총장님께 각별한 인사의 말씀을 드립니다. 기조연설을 해주실 송상현 전 국제형사재판소 소장님, 그리고 축사를 해주실 한석희 국가안보전략연구소 연구원장님과 이은경 크레도 대표님, 아울러 멀리서 온라인으로 함께 해주신 마이클 커비 전 유엔 북한인권조사위원회 위원장님, 로버타 코헨 미국 북한인권위원회 명예의장님을 비롯한 국내외 전문가 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 참석자 여러분, 10년 전 유엔 북한인권조사위원회가 설립되었고 2014년에는 북한 인권 보고서가 발표됐습니다. 북한 주민들의 인권 상황을 반드시 개선하겠다는 국제사회의 분명한 의지와 노력이 만든 결과물이었습니다. 북한 내부의 반인권적 상황을 지적하고 북한 당국의 책임 있는 조치를 엄중하게 촉구하였으며 국제사회가 북한 주민들의 인권을 보호하고 개선하기 위해 함께 노력할 책임이 있다는 점도 분명하게 하였습니다. 그런 노력의 결과로 북한 인권 문제가 지구촌 전 세계인이 함께 풀어갈 과제로 대두되었고 인류의 양심과 의무에 따라 반드시 해결해야 할 보편적 가치의 문제로 자리 잡게 되었습니다. 우리 국민들 입장에서는 피를 나는 동포들의 고통이기 때문에 북한 인권이 더욱 가슴 아프게 다가올 수밖에 없는 문제입니다. 우리나라는 북한 인권 증진이라는 국민적 공감대를 토대로 지난 2016년 북한 인권법을 제정했고 사회 각계가 힘을 모아 다각적인 노력을 전개해 왔습니다. 하지만 안타깝게도 북한 인권 현실은 여전히 열악하기 그지없습니다. 지금 이 순간에도 북녘 땅의 많은 주민들은 자유를 박탈당하고 굶주림에 시달리고 있습니다. 가장 큰 책임은 주민들의 민생과 인권은 외면한 채 강압적이고 폐쇄적인 체제를 고집하는 북한 당국에 있습니다만 우리의 노력은 과연 충분했는지 냉정하게 돌아볼 수밖에 없을 것입니다. 북한 인권법 제정 이후 7년이라는 시간이 지났지만 지금까지도 북한 인권재단을 출범시키지 못하고 있고 지난 몇 년 동안 우리 정부는 UN 북한 인권 결의안에 불참했습니다. 남북관계 악화를 이유로 댔지만 솔직히 그동안의 모습은 부끄럽기까지 합니다. 윤석열 정부는 북한 인권을 북핵 해결 못지않은 중요한 과제로 설정하고 북한 인권 대사 임명, UN 북한 인권 결의 공동 제안국 참여 등 가능한 모든 방안들을 강구하여 실천하고 있습니다. 특히 북한 인권법의 취지를 살리기 위해 북한 인권증진위원회를 구성하여 북한 인권재단이 출범할 때까지 그 기능과 역할을 대신할 계획입니다. 조만간 한국 정부의 첫 북한 인권 관련 공개 보고서인 북한 인권 현황 연례 보고서를 발간하여 북한 인권 실상을 제대로 알려나갈 것입니다. 동시에 북한의 민생과 인도적 상황의 개선을 위한 인도 지원은 정세와 무관하게 일관되게 추진해 나갈 것입니다. 참석자 여러분, 최근 북한 내부의 식량 상황이 매우 어렵다고 합니다. 하지만 북한은 이러한 주민들의 사정은 돌보지 않고 ICBM 발사 등 도발을 지속하고 있습니다. 북한 당국은 핵과 미사일이 유일한 살 길이라고 착각하고 있는 듯 합니다만 저는 그 길이 진정 누구를 위한 것인지 묻고 싶습니다. 북한 당국은 하루빨리 미망에서 깨어나 현실을 제대로 인식하고 북한 주민들의 삶을 위해 올바른 선택을 해야 할 것입니다. 우리는 한반도의 미래를 위해 언제 어디서든 열린 입장에서 북한과 논의할 준비가 되어 있습니다. 참석자 여러분, 우리의 목표는 북한 주민들이 일상에서 인간으로서의 마땅한 권리를 누리며 자유롭고 풍요로운 삶을 일궈나가게 하는 것입니다. 그리고 그것이 바로 우리가 꿈꾸는 통일 미래이기도 합니다. 이는 우리와 국제사회, 민간과 공공이 긴밀하게 소통하고 연대하여 다양한 방안을 마련하고 지속적으로 실천해 나갈 때 비로소 가능한 과제입니다. 국내외 최고의 인권 전문가들께서 이 자리에 모이신 만큼 지혜와 고견을 모아 새로운 이정표를 제시해 주시기 바랍니다. 정부는 여러분들의 의견을 경청하고 적극적으로 정책에 반영하여 나가기 위해 노력하겠습니다. 함께 해주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 감사합니다.
이어서 한석희 국가안보전략연구원 원장님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 박수로 환영 부탁드립니다.
존경하는
권영세 통일부 장관님, 그레그 스칼라튜 HRNK 사무총장님, 마이클 마야 IBA 북미 사무총장님, 이은경 크레도 사단법인 크레도 대표님, 그리고 이정훈 전 외교부 인권대사 겸 현 국제대학원 연세대학교 국제대학원 원장님, 그리고 북한 인권에 관심이 많으신 여기에 모인 여러분들 안녕하십니까? 저는 국가안보전략연구원장 한석희입니다. 사실 제가 이 건물에서 근무했었고 이 건물에서 계속 가르쳤었는데 한 달 반 정도 만에 여기 왔는데 학교가 너무 많이 바뀌었습니다. 이 교실은 제가 있을 때 많이 플랜을 했지만은 여기 와서 처음 봤는데 굉장히 깨끗하고 아마 우리 학교의 이미지를 또 많이 임프루브 시킨 거 아닌가 이렇게 생각이 됩니다. 그런 점에서 이정훈 원장님께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 저는 오늘 이 자리가 굉장히 중요한 회의라고 생각을 합니다. 북한 김정은 정권의 핵미사일 위협이 계속되면서 지금도 북한 주민들에 대한 인권 유린이 지속적으로 심해지고 있습니다. 수십만 명이 수감된 북한 정치범 수용소, 반체제 인사의 구금과 납치, 탈북자 고문 처형과 성폭력, 그리고 성군 정책에 따른 만성적 식량 의약품 부족과 주민생 영양실조, 그리고 질병 확산 등 북한 내에서는 무수한 인권 유린이 자행되고 있으며 따라서 국제사회에서는 북한 인권 문제를 좀 더 적극적으로 또 중요한 어젠다로 다루어야 하고 이런 노력을 행동으로 실천해야 할 때라고 생각합니다. 또한 북한의 핵미사일 도발과 인권 문제는 동전의 양면이라는 말이 의미하듯이 북한 인권을 개선하려는 노력 없이는 북한 핵미사일 문제의 해법을 찾는 것도 불가능하다고 생각을 합니다. 북한을 비핵화하려는 국제사회의 수십 년간의 노력에도 불구하고 북한의 비핵화는 전혀 이루어지지 않고 있으며 오히려 북한의 비핵화는 불가능해지는 것이 아닌가 하는 우려가 증폭되고 있는 상황에 직면하고 있습니다. 이러한 상황에서 북한 인권에 대한 국제사회의 강력한 대응이 북한 비핵화를 위한 새로운 대안으로 대두되고 있다는 점은 주목할 만한 상황이라고 발전이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 또한 북한 인권 문제에 대한 논의는 북한을 편드는 중국과 러시아에게도 외교적 압박이 되고 있습니다. 방금 이정훈 선생님께서 말씀하셨다시피 북한을 감싸는 중국이라는 것은 우리들한테 굉장히 큰 도전이 되고 있으며 앞으로 중국과 러시아에게도 인권 문제에 있어서는 자유롭지 못하다는 그 점을 이용하여 우리가 인권 문제를 좀 더 프레셔를 줘야 되지 않나 이렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다. 특히 가치를 공유하는 민주국가들의 단합되고 일관된 대응을 통하여 북한을 압박하고 제재하는 것이 좀 더 큰 효과를 이루지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다. 저는 북한 인권의 중요성이 국제사회의 핵심적 이슈라는 점을 반영하여 최근 저희 연구소 내 북한 인권센터를 설립하였으며 이 센터를 운영할 연구원을 모집하고 있습니다. 향후 저희 센터도 호의에 적극적으로 협력하는 기관으로 발전할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 아무쪼록 오늘의 회의에서 많은 논의가 이루어지고 좋은 대안이 개발되어서 북한에서 고통받는 주민들이 보다 빨리 인권을 회복하고 보편적인 인권 권리를 되찾을 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
저 참석자분들께 잠시 양해 말씀 드리겠습니다. 부득이한 사정으로 기념 촬영을 지금 하도록 하겠습니다. 그럴까요? 네, 그러면은 이은경 크레도 대표님의 환영사를 경청하시겠습니다.
네, 존경하는 성상현 전 국제형사재판소 소장님, 또 권영세 통일부 장관님, 이정훈 국제대학원 원장님, 그리고 오늘 귀한 발걸음을 해주신 내빈 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 저는 사단법인 크레도 대표 이은경입니다. 오늘 UN 북한인권조사위원회 설립 10주년을 맞이해서 북한 인권 운동의 미래를 고민하고 또 함께 논의할 수 있는 자리에 설 수 있게 되어서 진심으로 기쁩니다. 이런 좋은 행사를 마련해 주신 북한인권위원회, 세계변호사협회, 연세대 국제대학원 국제학연구소를 비롯해서 이따가 또 소중한 발표를 해주실 토론자분, 실무 준비에 애써주신 관계자분들께도 머리 숙여 감사드립니다. 하다법인 크레도는 법의 지배를 구현하고 자유와 인권의 핵심 가치를 실현하기 위해서 북한 인권과 더불어 생명윤리, 종교의 자유 등에 관한 국내외 정책과 이슈를 연구하고 있습니다. 특히 북한 인권과 관련해서요, 저희 단체는 2017년 국가인권위원회를 통해서 유엔 인권이사회 실무그룹, 북한인권 특별보고관에게 북한에 구금 중인 대한민국 국민 6명의 송환을 위한 특별 진정을 했습니다. 김정욱, 김국기, 최충길 3인은 국가전복 음모 등 죄명으로 무기형을 받고 고현철, 김원호 등 탈북민 출신 3인은 억류 사유조차 알 수가 없습니다. 당시 국가기관인 인권위가 유엔의 진정제도를 활용한 국내 첫 사례입니다. 다행히 이 조치는 국제사회에 북한 구금자 문제를 부각시킨 효과가 있었고요. 유엔 총회는 2017년 채택한 북한 인권 결의안에서 이 문제를 의제에 포함시키기도 했죠. 최근에 장관님께서 유가족들을 만나서 위로를 해주셨다는 말씀을 언론 보도를 통해서 접했습니다. 금년 1월에는 서울대 로스쿨 학생들과 함께 북한 인권 침해에 관한 제노사이드 범죄 및 이에 대한 법적 책임 소추 방안을 연구하는 리걸 클리닉을 운영하였고요. 앞으로 전국 로스쿨을 상대로 이것을 확대할 계획도 갖고 있습니다. 그리고 금년 2월 한국 사회의 북한 인권 담론을 형성하기 위한 노력의 일환으로 영국 상원의원이자 북한 문제에 관한 영국 의원협회 공동의장인 데이비드 알통경을 초청해서요. 역시 통일부의 후원과 또 도움으로 북한 주민 생명권 보호에 관한 토론회를 개최했습니다. 각 분야의 오피니언 리더들을 초대해서 국제사회의 대처 방안에 관한 크레도 자담회도 열었는데요. 당시 알통경은 북한 당국자를 재판에 회부해야 한다는 만장일치 결론을 내린 이 COI 보고서를 아주 여러 번 인용하면서 북한이 대량의 사망자를 이야기하는 조건을 만들어 특정 계층의 사람을 박해하고 특히 기독교 신자들을 의도적으로 제거하고 있다. 수십만 명의 북한 주민이 자신의 행위가 아닌 성분 때문에 잔혹한 죽음을 맞이하고 있다. 살인, 고민, 살인, 공훈, 또한 고의로 장기간 기아를 이야기한 반인도적 범죄는 마치 나치 학살에 유사하다고 열변을 토했습니다. 당장이라도 북한의 대량 학살 혐의를 조사하기 위한 국제연대를 시작해야 한다고 호소하고 중국과 러시아가 북한의 반인도적 범죄를 ICC에 회부하는 결의안을 또다시 거부한다면 독립재판소 설치를 검토해야 한다는 말도 덧붙였습니다. 그러나 이와 같은 국제사회의 관심에도 불구하고 한국의 지난 정부는 남북 평화 무드의 조성을 위해 북한 인권에 대한 언급을 자제해야 한다. 그러한 기조를 보였고요. 현 정부는 방금 장관님께도 말씀해 주셨습니다만 북한 인권을 안보 이슈와 동일시하겠다 하는 아주 강한 입장을 가지고 계십니다만 여전히 북핵 이슈에 가려지고 있는 실정인 것은 부인하기 어렵습니다. 그러나 우리는 북한 인권의 현 실태를 파악하고 관심과 참여를 확대하는 노력을 당연히 계속해야 합니다. 특히 북한인권법 제정 후 7년이 지났지만 인권재단조차 설립하지 못하는 현실은 조속히 개선해야 합니다. 아무쪼록 오늘 우리의 이 같은 노력이 대한민국뿐 아니라 북한과 동북아 온 세계에 북한 인권을 환기하고 증진시키는 또 하나의 시금석이 되기를 간절히 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 말씀드린 대로 지금 기념 사진 촬영을 하겠습니다. 귀빈 여러분 그리고 토론자분들 앞으로 나와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 송상현 전 국제형사재판소 소장님께서 기조 연설을 해주시겠습니다. 박수로 맞아 주시기 바랍니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my congratulations to Ambassador Jung-Hoon. You are coming, and Yonsei University, the Committee for the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea, or HRNK, and the International Bar Association, or IBA, for organizing this event and for their hard and continuous efforts in human rights, and in particular, advocating on the issue of North Korean human rights. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the creation of the UN-mandated Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea in 2013. The revolutionary COI report issued in 2014 concluded that the ongoing patterns of systematic and widespread violations of human rights meet the standard of amounting to crimes against humanity. The COI urged the UN Security Council to refer the DPRK situation to the International Criminal Court, or the ICC, and to adopt targeted sanctions and other accountability measures against those who are responsible. The COI report has been a milestone in encouraging the North Korean regime to improve its human rights record. It has also been a major step forward in pushing the DPRK to recognize and uphold fundamental human rights. I want to also congratulate and thank HRNK for its recent February 28 forum commemorating the UN COI and report, and hosting several experts and reminding the world that it is time to regain momentum on the North Korean human rights issue. Regrettably, there has been no improvement in the human rights situation in the DPRK since the UN COI report. Despite the work completed and documented by the UN COI, and despite several UN Human Rights Council and General Assembly resolutions, action is lacking. On this COI plus 10th anniversary, there is an urgent need to draw attention back to North Korean human rights issue. It is regrettable that this issue has fallen off the agenda of the UN Security Council and has become miscellaneous, discussed as any other business since 2018. This is also regrettable that the issue of human rights has been left on the back burner of the nuclear talks. All inaction by UN agencies and other groups since release of the COI report is a serious problem. Inaction ultimately allows the perpetuation of atrocities. Human rights are inherent to all people. We must commend the civil society organizations and human rights defenders for continuing the hard work of advocating for the fundamental human rights of all North Koreans and for the transformation and the reformation of a corrupt and tyrannical regime. The 2014 COI report found that systematic, widespread, and gross human rights violations have been committed by the DPRK regime. In many instances, DPRK human rights violations amounted to crimes against humanity pursuant to policies established at the highest level of the regime. The report categorizes the abuses as violations of the freedom of thought, expression, and religion, discrimination, violation of the freedom of movement and residence, violations of the right to food and the related aspects of the right to life, arbitrary detention, torture, execution, and prison camps, abductions, and enforced disappearances. Such criminality persists today. The DPRK remains one of the most isolated, reclusive, secretive, and repressive countries in the whole world. The regime continues to control the freedom of movement, which is intrinsic to democracy. Whether North Koreans move within or between provinces, and especially across the national border, restrictions are strictly enforced. Border guards are even under strict orders to unconditionally shoot on sight, shoot to kill. The strict restrictions on movement have thwarted the efforts of UN agencies from gaining adequate access inside the country. The current state of health rights in the DPRK is appalling. There is a particular threat to the sexual and reproductive health of women and girls in the DPRK. Women's health care in the DPRK is in a poor condition, and the majority of women are deprived of access to available health care. State-run hospitals and clinics are supposed to provide patients with access to free medical care under the country's universal health system. However, the access to healthcare facilities with competent quality is only available to a limited number of people as prescribed by the DPRK's entrenched 성분 system, or to those able to bribe health officials. This means that the majority of women and girls in the DPRK cannot access adequate health care. people in the DPRK are extremely isolated from the rest of the world. The North Korean regime does not permit freedom of thought, opinion, expression, association, or information. Media is strictly controlled, and accessing phones, computers, televisions, and radios or media content that is not sanctioned by the regime is rendered illegal and punishable. The DPRK continues to run its political prison camps and other unlawful detention facilities. Several satellite imagery investigations conducted by HRNK and others highlights the current activities at short-term hard labor detention centers, forced labor camps, and political prison camps. Satellite imagery analysis confirms that such facilities are fully operational. The conditions and medical treatment, especially sexual and reproductive health care of women and girls in such facilities, reflects an even direr picture. In 2020, the United Nations released a report that focused on human rights violations perpetrated against the women in North Korea, especially in prison camps. The report details a wide range of rights abuses against the women and girls, including malnutrition, lack of obstetrical care, lack of female health care products, beatings while pregnant, forced labor while pregnant, as well as the murder of newborn children, among other human rights violations. The DPRK regime has denied the report's findings. With the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic, the DPRK has imposed tighter border controls and cracked down on information from the outside world. In fact, the regime has politicized and weaponized the pandemic to enact further draconian restrictions on basic human rights and freedoms. We must continue to address these issues, to gather evidence and advocate for the realization of fundamental human rights in the DPRK, to encourage the regime to dismantle its totalitarian rule and to unclench its iron fist. The 2014 COI report made a recommendation that the case be referred to the ICC for judicial intervention. 10 years after the establishment of the UN COI, we are still grappling with the idea of holding perpetrators accountable. Proper investigation and prosecution of the alleged international crimes committed in the DPRK must remain a priority. A reinvigorated effort to bring justice to North Korean victims is needed. Accountability for human rights violations in the DPRK will end the cycle of impunity, bring justice, and deter future violations. Most importantly, accountability will help achieve sustainable peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula. Commendations must be made to the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and UNHCHR Seoul Office for their efforts on documentation and accountability. Special commendation goes to HRNK and the IBA for their tireless efforts in promoting North Korean human rights, and also to promoting accountability through the 2022 mock trial held in Washington, D.C. In closing, I want to mention that there is an urgent need to remember the issue of North Korean human rights. Totalitarian regimes and the atrocities that they perpetuate have no place in the 21st century. Every totalitarian regime has a lifespan, even the Kim regime in the DPRK. And all lifespans must eventually come to end. However, we cannot sit idle and watch human rights abuses being perpetrated while we wait for the end of the Kim regime's lifespan. We need to mobilize, rekindle the urgent fight for human rights in the DPRK. We should not be distracted by otherwise very important nuclear and missile talks, critical political, military, and the security issues. We should focus on human rights. The fundamentals for promoting and protecting human rights in the DPRK are largely in place. So we should now harness these to make human rights a reality for all North Koreans. Thank you, and congratulations to HRNK and the IBA, and to civil society organizations and human rights defenders for tirelessly ensuring that this issue is not forgotten. I thank you all for your time.
이것으로 오늘 행사의 개회식을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 북한 구금시설의 반인도적 범죄 실태 조사를 주제로 첫 번째 세션을 시작합니다. 토론하기에 앞서서 북한인권위원회와 국제변호사협회가 공동으로 제작한 12분 분량의 다큐멘터리를 상영하시겠습니다.
The protection of human dignity and rights are clearly proclaimed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in the UN General Assembly in 1948. Article 1, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights.
체포돼 가지고 제가 정말 별의별 고문을 다 받았습니다. 물고문, 전기고문, 구타도 당했고 거꾸로 매달리는 고문, 잠 안 재우는 고문, 정말 말로 표현할 수 없는 고문을 별별 고문을 다 당했고
기절했는데 기절한 사람을 그 떡구로다가 이 머리를 구타했는데 어떻게 했는지 전 기절했으니까 뭐 어떻게 맞았는지는 몰라요. 근데 제가 정신 차려서 보니까 머리가 너무 뻐근해서 만져보니까 이런 혹이 이 이마에 나 있었고 그날 저녁에 자고 깨나니까 이 귀에서 피가 흘러서 이 바닥에 피가 엄청 많이 고여 있었거든요.
그래서 기호가 우선은 자기 실컷 때리고 이제 들어가라 하는 경우에는 내가 아무리 맞았어도 이게 지금 철창인데요. 들어가라 하면 그 자리에서 두세 걸음 하고 알았습니다 하고 대답하는 이 말을 거듭 못합니다. 이 말을 땅에다 찧어야 됩니다. 소리가 안 나면 불합격. 알았습니다 하는데 알았습니다. 쾅 소리가 나면 들어갈 수 있지만 소리가 안 나면 4번, 5번, 10번 계속 반복습니다. 이 앞머리를 내 스스로가 바닥에 찔 때까지. 쾅 알았습니다.
No other country in the contemporary world besides North Korea perpetuates such gross and systematic human rights violations.
Inquiries, even if the prospects of a prosecution seem to be very distant or remote, are extremely important to establish facts. Even that alone is very, very important for victims, because also inquiries, they give this voice to victims, this possibility for them to share their suffering, to understand that someone is listening to them.
우리 동네에 들어갔을 때 그 옆에 감방에 남자 하나는 너무 맞고 체절을 당하고 하니까 자기 전으로 이런 데다 머리 박고 죽었어요. 자살했어. 그래서 이 벽에 막 피가 다 묻어 있고, 예, 그 피가 안 지더라고요. 그 애들이 그렇게 가다나니까 자살해 죽느라고 제가 정말 이 손목도 5-6번 꼬냈고, 뭐 약도 먹었고, 목도 매봤고.
When you have a system that is inflicting this inhumane treatment on individuals over a significant period of time, when that happens, wherever it happens, the international community has got to pay attention. Because the opposite side of the coin is, when do you start paying attention?
그 엄청난 노동 과제로 인해 가지고 많은 수감자들이 영양실조로 죽었습니다. 제가 제 손으로 묻은 수감자들만 수백 명이 됩니다.
The amount of suffering and the abuse is just staggering. I've seen a lot of atrocities. I've seen terrible things. But North Korea takes the cake. I mean, it's some of the worst crimes that's ever happened in the world, in the history of the world.
I did not learn about the Holocaust until I was 10 years old. And my Sunday school teacher happened to be a Holocaust survivor. And it was only at that point that I learned that 30 or 40 family members had been killed in Auschwitz. And I remember as a child thinking, how is it that the world knew about the concentration camps and did nothing?
제가 그리고 고려장에서 정말 열이 세게 나서 이렇게 눈도 이렇게 뜰 수가 없었거든요. 그래서 그 약을 좀 달라고 했어요. 약을 달라고 했는데 약을 안 줬거든요. 너가 사람이라고 약을 먹겠다고 하나 하면서 약을 안 줘가지고 저는
Amongst all the litany of terrible human rights atrocities that the North Korean regime is committing, Christians are particularly targeted, and North Korea is probably the worst place in the world to be a Christian. And Christians, if they're found to be practicing their religion, if they possess a Bible, if they're found to be meeting together to pray or to worship, they almost certainly will be arrested. They'll end up in prison camps, subjected to severe torture, and in some cases, Christians have been executed.
These crimes could not be taking place except pursuant to a state policy of which there's knowledge going up the entire chain of command, all the way up to Kim Jung-Hoon.
To me, it's stunning that we know all the facts we need to know that people are suffering. Scores of people, I'm talking about millions of people. And the amount of energy that's being exerted to bring that to a close is minute.
그것에서 그러한 고통들을 참고 견디면서 견딜 수 있었던 그런 가장 큰 이유 중에 하나는 나는 나를 사람이라고 생각하지 않았습니다. 앞에 있은 개오는 인간이고 나는 이걸 짐승이라고 생각하자. 나 자신을 꾸리지 않고서는 이걸 사람이 분노, 이 모든 이 수치, 이런 몸에 감 내가 견디기 힘들기 때문에 나는 태어날 때 자체 이게 짐승으로 태어나 개나 돼지나 다름없다고 생각하면 분노도 없고 의식도 없고 그 생각을 계속 맞으면서 그 생각을 계속했습니다. 나는 짐승이라고 생각하자.
So thousands of people have gone through this system, and they have been inflicted with this kind of maltreatment for decades. Do we wait another 3 decades for that? Do we need another several thousands and thousands of people in order for someone to pay attention? Or is there a time when you take a stand and you say, no, this should stop and has to stop?
We have had irrefutable evidence of forced abortions and infanticide.
누군가가 밖에서 들어와서 저의 시름 구원치는 소리를 듣고 누군가가 들어와서 저를 구원해 주지 않으면 저는 살아날 수가 없는 상황이었습니다. 결국 저는 당하고 말았습니다. 그때 당한 성폭행으로 인해서 저는 임신되었습니다. 다짜고짜 산부인과 데려가서 마취도 없이 강제 낙태를 하였습니다. 보험이 없습니다.
This is a widespread pattern. These are not isolated cases.
And these are the types of things you don't see even in war zones and other continents. This is, in some respects, unique to North Korea.
The situation we have in North Korea is completely different. That's forcible abortion. It's forcible taking away of life. And this is what is a crime. It's a crime against humanity for that to happen.
The international community, through international organizations, in particular through the UN, must find ways to seek accountability.
The criminal acts that you'll hear about in these prisons to enforce this repression fall into a multitude of categories, Your Honor, that come within the crime against humanity set forth in the Rome Statute. Torture, beatings, electric shocks, starvation, sleep deprivation, punishment cells, solitary confinement, and enslavement. People being put to work in the elements for long periods of time from the early morning hours to late at night. Even children, forced enslavement of even children. Extrajudicial and arbitrary executions and murders. The witnesses have said that murders that take place in these detention centers are frequent, ongoing, and they fall into multitudes, not individuals. As a matter of fact, witnesses have talked about the murders of infants. Infants that are born in the prison and are put to death by the prison guards. And lest we not mention this and emphasize this enough, the actual sexual violence that takes place on a continuous basis in these institutions.
When the government is unable or unwilling to investigate or to listen to what has happened to thousands of victims, then institutions such as this quasi-judicial tribunal, listening to evidence of what is going on now, what has happened before and what is going on now, are crucially important. In this panel, we have my 3 colleagues who are renowned international judges with huge experience. And ultimately, we are judges. We listen to the evidence. We have to be satisfied that it could reasonably be true. So we are technicians. We examine that evidence, and what we come up with is independent assessments from our judicial background. And that gives a tribunal such as this, a quasi-judicial tribunal, status.
People should never stop believing in the power of justice and the power of law. The day will come that also those being protected by their power they will be brought to justice.
This is a very important step in the process to seek accountability for the crimes committed in the DPRK. Accountability is a real fact. There are many other despots who wouldn't have imagined that they would be the subject of an actual investigation by an international body. What is the message sent to Kim Jong-un and other despots? That they cannot get away with this. No dictatorship lasts forever. The day of reckoning will come.
이제 이정은 원장님을 좌장으로 모시고 그레그 스칼러튜 북한인권위원회 사무총장, 마이클 마야 국제변호사협회 북미 사무총장, 그리고 나위 우카비알라 법무법인 데베보의 플링턴 변호사, 그리고 정광일 노체인 대표께서 첫 세션에 함께해 주시겠습니다. 우카비알라 변호사님께서는 비대면으로 참석하고 계십니다. 사회자 및 토론자분들께서는 앞으로 나와주시기 바랍니다.
Okay, so we'll follow up after that somber documentary that this is actually still taking place every day, this moment, while we're having this conference, that this is still going on in 2023 is not acceptable. And hopefully that what we're doing will certainly eventually, but soon enough, take some effect in making a difference. And to follow up with the documentary is actually 4 panelists. We have Greg Scolatio, Michael Maya, and we are linked by Zoom. Nawe Ukaviala, whom you saw in the documentary. And I believe you're in Washington, D.C.? Is he in Washington? In New York City, okay, in New York City. And then, of course, you also saw in the documentary, Mr. So we do want to leave about 15, 20 minutes for Q&A before we complete the session at 12 o'clock, because we have both Michael Kirby and Roberta Cohen's recorded messages during lunchtime. So I will give you about 7-8 minutes each to give your piece. So I will start with you, Greg.
Well, thank you very much, Jung-Hoon. Let me say that you're a true blessing to this cause and to this mission. You have done so much in terms of working for the freedom and human rights of the people of North Korea. It has also been a tremendous honor and a privilege to work with Michael Maya. He just told you he lost family members in the Holocaust. His dedication to this cause of North Korean human rights is absolutely impressive. And of course, Nawi as well. I'm very glad to know that you're joining us. Your dedication is impressive. Chung Kwang-il, you've gone through so much, and So happy to call you my brother and my friend. We've done good things together. We'll continue to do good things together. So the International Bar Association and the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea have put together a report addressing crimes against humanity committed at North Korea's short-term detention facilities. Of course, over the years, this organization was established in 2001. Over the years, we looked at the Kwalliso political prison camps. We looked at the Kyohwaso re-education through labor camps. And through this project that we ran with the International Bar Association, we looked at crimes against humanity committed at North Korea's short-term detention facilities. If they're short-term, it does not mean that the crimes committed at these facilities are lesser crimes. Quite the contrary. Some of the worst crimes that we hear about, for example, infanticide, forced abortions, extreme violence against women, many of these crimes actually happen. Many of these crimes are perpetrated at North Korea's short-term detention facilities. So you have the link to our report. You can read it. We have a set of factual findings. We have a set of legal conclusions. And we have actually made a set of recommendations. Every time I arrive in South Korea, I remember that this is a wonderful country. Not a perfect country. None of us are perfect. The only ones claiming to be perfect are the totalitarian regimes, but this is a wonderful country. It's unbelievable that 33 years after the end of the Cold War, 1/3 of Koreans still live under that brutal, horrible regime. This has to change. This has to change soon. So based on our report, we call, well, on the DPRK, on North Korea, we call on the international community to take all necessary action to ensure the cessation of crimes against humanity, including those crimes that happen at detention centers: murder, extermination through starvation, enslavement, forcible transfer of population, imprisonment and severe deprivation of physical liberty, torture, sexual violence, including rape, including sexual slavery, persecution. Michael mentioned the persecution of Christians, of course, the persecution of persons on religious grounds, especially those persons of Christian faith. Remember, Pyongyang, the capital city of North Korea, was once known as the Jerusalem of the East. All religions, especially Christianity, have been exterminated with extreme prejudice. Enforced disappearances continue to happen. Other inhumane acts continue to be perpetrated. It's of the utmost importance that North Korea, the DPRK, address the conditions and circumstances that led to the very existence of this vast system of unlawful imprisonment, including this culture of totalitarianism, including the repressive state security apparatus that dominates North Korean society. Bob Collins is right there. He's going to talk to you about this and how the system works. The detention system of the DPRK is the result of very intentional acts perpetrated by individuals, ranging, let's say it, all the way down from the supreme leader to low-level prison guards. And if we are to go by the Nuremberg principles, responsibility goes all the way down the chain of control and command. Bob Collins keeps reminding me that I should not say command and control when it comes to North Korea. It's the other way. So these acts are intended to perpetuate, to preserve the absolute control of the Kim family regime over every aspect of North Korean society. This vast system of unlawful imprisonment is meant to instill fear into the hearts and minds of each and every Korean living in the North. We call upon the DPRK to immediately dismantle its detention system, to free all detainees, of course, with appropriate notice to international humanitarian organizations. We hope to see the International Committee of the Red Cross, for example, the ICRC, being allowed to provide humanitarian assistance to people in detention. We'll have three very brave former North Korean detainees testifying today. We do want to see that this system is dismantled. We do want to see that the system is shut down. We do not want to see the system re-emerging or taking another form. We do want to see a system of fair and transparent justice in North Korea. Again, this is the 21st century. This is the year 2023. South Korea continues to improve along fronts. This is a wonderful country, economically, socially, politically. It's truly incomprehensible, again, that 1/3 of Korean people have to live under this totalitarian regime of the Kim family. The detention system that we have investigated is the true heart of darkness. That is the worst that North Korea has to show the world. It is heartening to see that the current government of South Korea has regained the high ground we had lost a couple of years ago. My professors, juniors, seniors, my Korean friends always tell me, never take sides in Korean politics. Let me say this, it is truly heartening that this current government of President Yoon Suk-Yeol has reacquired interest and commitment to North Korean human rights. We were in Strasbourg at the European Parliament last week. We were in Geneva at the UN last week. It was truly heartening to see the coalition of like-minded states. South Korea, the Republic of Korea, the United States, the European Union, Australia, Japan, Romania as well, my old country. It was great to see all of them come together and work together on this very important task of bringing human rights, democracy, and freedom to the people of North Korea. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Greg. With Greg, I think you all know that although that he's now residing in Washington, D.C. as an American, he grew up in his childhood in Ceausescu's Romania. So when he speaks of the brutalities and the atrocities of totalitarian societies, he knows what he's talking about because he's lived through it. So when he speaks of similar situation in North Korea, it is coming out of his own personal experience of having lived in another totalitarian system. So I think it resonates even deeper for us. Now we have Michael Maya. Give you about 7-8 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And please forgive the fact that I'm not a Korean language speaker. I hope that our gifted interpreters can keep up with me. I have a tendency to speak too quickly, but I'll try and be very deliberate and speak slowly. First of all, it's a distinct honor to be with all of you here in Seoul to mark the 10-year anniversary of the COI. Above all, I would like to thank Ambassador Lee and Yonsei University for hosting this event and for assembling a remarkable array of speakers including Judge Song. It's an honor to be at a conference alongside you and some of the other distinguished speakers. I should mention that Ambassador Lee was actually quite instrumental in a previous inquiry that the IBA conducted some years ago that focused on crimes against humanity in North Korean political prisons. And what stands out most about that earlier political prison inquiry is something that Judge Thomas Bergenthal, one of our 3 inquiry judges, said about the Kwon Lee-so and Judge Song. You probably know Judge Bergenthal. He stated without reservation that what he learned about what was going on in North Korean political prisons was every bit as sinister and depraved as anything he actually personally experienced in Auschwitz, where he was a childhood survivor under Nazi Germany. He stated that to me personally. He knew that 25% of my family had perished in Auschwitz, but he also made that point in interviews with the Washington Post and many national broadcasts thereafter. So Greg already gave you a quick overview of some of the findings of our joint HRNK IBA inquiry on detention centers. But I'd like to focus on 3 things, with your permission, during my brief remarks about the detention center inquiry that we jointly conducted. First, I'll focus on the uniquely virulent, and I mean virulent, persecution of Christians in the detention centers and North Korea generally. Second, I'd like to say a few words about China's ongoing and systematic repatriation of North Korean refugees in clear violation of international law. And third, I'll touch on the role that civil society might play in advancing North Korean human rights. So one learns a lot of very horrible things when investigating the situation in North Korean detention centers, but for me, personally, the most shocking was the persecution of Christians in those detention centers. Many of you are already aware that leading human rights NGOs have declared North Korea the worst place on earth to be a Christian. And I don't mean third worst or second worst, I mean the very worst. If North Korea is the very worst place to be a Christian generally, imagine what it must be like to be a Christian in a North Korean detention center, where torture and abuse are at the very apex. What we learned during the inquiry, and many of you already know this, is that Christians are tortured more severely. They receive longer sentences than everybody else and are more likely to be summarily executed. In fact, it was well publicized some years back that a high-ranking member of the Korean Workers' Party was actually summarily executed in front of 3,000 spectators for the mere possession of a Bible. So nobody is immune. You also probably know, but it bears repeating, that Christians make up a large and wildly disproportionate percentage of the overall detention center population, and also the political prison population. So in short, Christians are the #1 enemy of the North Korean regime and are persecuted as such. Of course, this is not something unique to Kim Jong-un. This persecution of Christian dates back, obviously, to the inception of the regime under Kim Il-sung, who branded Christians enemies of the state and closed down all churches. So our inquiry focused only on crimes against humanity, but the findings also raised, to me and others with whom I've spoken, about whether the persecution of Christians actually rises to the level of a genocide. So I'm not prepared to say today that it is or is not a genocide, because that was not a question we put before our 4 inquiry judges. But in my humble opinion, it certainly merits very, very serious inquiry. I consulted with 2 world-renowned experts just in the last handful of days to ask them what they thought about whether there might be a case of genocide at the hands of the North Korean regime against Christians. They obviously would need to study it further, but they certainly did not dismiss it out of hand, and they agreed that it merits further inquiry, just as I'm suggesting it does. There's no question in my mind that it may rise to the level of genocide, and it would be a dereliction of our duties as all people sitting here who are involved in the human rights movement to not only look whether the persecution amounts to crimes against humanity against Christians, which we've, I think, established almost beyond a reasonable doubt, but also whether that rises to the level of a genocide. Next, I'd like to focus on the role that China plays in facilitating crimes against humanity by the North Korean regime. Others have touched on this also, but I'll provide maybe a handful of small details that haven't been mentioned quite yet. We know with absolute certainty that China regularly repatriates North Korean refugees. These refugees are detained and imprisoned and often tortured and sometimes executed upon their return. And according to the UN Special Rapporteur, since 2012, the average sentence for repatriated escapees from China back to North Korea is 5 years in the KOSO, where many are subject to grave violence, forced abortions, and other horrors untold. So given the mortality rate in detention centers and prisons, a 5-year sentence often amounts to a death sentence. And this is something that the Chinese are acutely aware of. So when they're sending people back to North Korea, they understand that at least some sizable percentage of those people will not even survive those 5 years. As you may know, Justice Kirby warned China, this is back, I think, in 2014, that China could be found guilty of aiding and abetting crimes against humanity by sharing information about refugees it returns to North Korea. And one just small point, well, actually it's not a very small point, it's a major point, is that China's actions are a clear violation of its own obligations under the 1951 Refugee Convention and also the 1967 Protocol, both of which China is a party to. So what is perhaps most tragic about all this senseless suffering at the hands of the Chinese is that South Korea is fully prepared to accept all these refugees who managed to flee into China. I should also note, and again, this is probably not news to many of you, but even those who manage not to be repatriated to China often face a very, very grim, horrible fate. In the case of female escapees, which are the preponderance of people who actually flee into China, many are intercepted by Chinese traffickers who regularly coerce them into marriages, mostly with rural Chinese men. And also many are sold into Chinese prostitution rings, and they never end up leaving China. To be clear, China is fully aware of this and regularly receives the very, very worst rating in the annual TIP report, the Trafficking in Persons report that the State Department issues every year. So they're tier 3, which is as low as you can get. And as you might imagine, North Korea gets the same exact rating, tier 3. So lastly, I'd like to close by saying a few words about the role of civil society in advancing the North Korean human rights movement. And by civil society, I'm referring obviously to religious organizations, Christian organizations, and also non-religious groups, such as secular human rights groups who are advocating for North Korean human rights. Many representatives of those very institutions are here today. For starters, I should point out the very obvious, which is that both the IBA and HRNK are both civil society organizations. We were extremely fortunate to have been able to identify 4 of the world's 4 finest international judges to volunteer scores and scores of their time to answering the question of whether crimes against humanity are being committed by the North Koreans in those detention centers. And we know, obviously, that the answer that they came up with, which is yes, the answer is that there is a reasonable basis to conclude that Kim Jung-Hoon and people all the way down to the lowest level prison guards in North Korean detention centers are very much liable for crimes against humanity if they ever find themselves in an orange jumpsuit in The Hague or some other tribunal. It's incumbent on NGOs to keep pressure on North Korea and its protectors, namely China, but let's not let Russia off the hook. Russia also has a record of repatriating North Koreans who cross into Russia. I should point out, and here I'm winding down, I should point out that various donors made all of this possible. That is the inquiry. But it turns out the most generous donor of all was actually a private law firm, Debevoise & Plimpton. And you'll be hearing from Nawi shortly about that. Debevoise, for some of you lawyers in this room, some of you already know, it is one of the finest law firms in the entire world. They donated over $1.7 million of pro bono time to this inquiry, which is by far the largest pro bono contribution the IBA has ever received in 70 plus years. So I tip my hat to them. And just as a quick aside, they actually had 2 fluent Korean speakers as part of the Debevoise team who were able to interview some of the escapees, women who had suffered grave sexual violence, in particular in Korean, which I think facilitated their ability to provide testimony and to feel comfortable. I'm confident other law firms, private law firms, would be willing to help anybody in this room who's interested in doing some other inquiry. And they would also, I think, be willing to conduct that assistance on a pro bono basis. So I encourage you to give thought to that. Greg and I will also be pleased to speak to anybody after this panel or after this conference about the methodology we use, because I think it's very replicable. I think there are many eminent judges who have served in The Hague who would be willing to conduct inquiries that you and others might help to spearhead. A couple thoughts come to mind, obviously, about future inquiries that you all or others or myself or Greg might conduct. One, obviously, is to put to rest once and for all, is what is happening to Christians in North Korea today a genocide, or is it not? I think we owe it to ourselves to answer that question. This methodology could also be used to finally catalog with enormous thoroughness what the Chinese are doing in North Korea and whether that rises to the level of crime against humanity. At a minimum, we know they're violating international law. That should be looked at by experienced international judges. It shouldn't be Michael Maya or Greg working at an NGO saying China is a bad actor. This should be left to judges who are of experience assessing this and for them to write it in black and white that yes, China is committing crimes against humanity if that turns out to be the case. So I think I'll stop there. Once again, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Ambassador Lee and his colleagues at Yonsei for hosting this event. And the last thing I want to say is what a pleasure it has been to work with Team HRNK and Greg in particular. At least in the United States, there is nobody who operates at the level that HRNK does, who is as effective in advocating for North Korean human rights. And it's really a blessing and a gift to have Greg and his team working so arduously and assiduously on this. Thank you very, very much for your attention. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Michael. It's so great to have you back here in Korea and back to work. I fully agree with you in thanking Debevoise Plimpton for its generosity. I also share your deep concern for the Christians in both North Korea and China, as well as the continuing forcible repatriation of the defectors, refugees from China back to North Korea. And I might just add that I think we have to look at, the functions of the OHCR, the Office of High Commissioner for Refugees. They should have access to the defectors and determine whether they qualify as refugees or not. But they have no access. Of course, the Chinese government is not allowing that. So the number one blame goes to China. But at the same time, I believe that the UN should raise this issue louder so that they're able to at least reach out and have access to the North Korean defectors and provide a semblance of protection for them. Okay, so I think online we have Nawi Ukabiala of the Debevoise Plimpton. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. So the floor is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm an associate at the International Disputes Group of Debevoise and Plimpton in New York, and I regret I couldn't be with you in person at Yonsei today. It's not quite the same, but I'm really grateful to be able to join you remotely from my home in New York. So thanks for having me. Thank you to Yonsei University for hosting this event. I'd like to start by recognizing everybody that's contributed to the effort to promote human rights and accountability in North Korea. And in particular, I'd like to thank all of the colleagues that made the 2022 IBA HRNK report possible. And forgive me if I leave anyone out, but first of all, thank you to my colleagues at the IBA for their dedication to achieving the aims really of international human rights law, especially Michael for his leadership in organizing the Commission of Inquiry. And it's been a pleasure to work with you. Thank you to Federica from the IBA War Crimes Committee for asking me if Debevoise would be willing to support this very important project. Of course, thank you so much to Greg and the entire HRNK team for their really just unwavering dedication to the promotion of human rights in North Korea and all of the resources, energy, devotion that they've poured into that cause and making the 2022 report possible. I'd like to thank my colleagues on the Debevoise team that worked on the report and also really poured a tremendous amount of devotion into making the inquiry as successful as possible. Especially, I'd like to thank Natalie Reed and the two Korean-speaking associates that Michael referred to, Moon Cha and Saren Lee, that participated in the inquiry last year. Of course, thank you to the judges that heard the evidence and issued the report. Judges Pillay, Fernandez, Cartwright, and Schomburg. It was so important that the findings from the inquiry were delivered from an authoritative source. And it's really difficult to imagine a more distinguished panel of veritable luminaries in the field of international criminal law that could speak with such authority on what's happening in the detention centers in North Korea. And of course, the whole field owes a special debt of gratitude to Judge Pillay for raising her voice to bring attention to the situation when she was UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and also to Judge Kirby for his extraordinary work as the chief author of the 2014 UN Commission of Inquiry report that shed light on the vast system of gross human rights abuses occurring in North Korea, including in the detention facilities. And perhaps most importantly, thank you to the witnesses that participated in the inquiry, the witnesses that escaped the cruel and oppressive detention centers and had the remarkable courage to raise their voices against the unspeakable crimes occurring there so that hopefully that entire wretched system will be brought to an end. So my role today is to discuss what we as an international community can do in the face of what is, and you've heard others say it, truly one of the great human rights tragedies of our time and of all time. And it's a remarkably challenging subject to ponder when the situation seems so intractable. And I think we all know the vision for the UN Security Council was that it would intervene to address such dire human rights situations. But obviously that hasn't happened due largely to the geopolitical influences that kind of undergird the council's functioning. But that doesn't mean that the international community is somehow absolved of the duty to act. And in fact, to the contrary, it makes that responsibility ever more important. All of us dedicated to promoting human rights in international organizations, activist organizations, law firms, universities, local political constituencies, and so on and so forth. We all have a responsibility to seize every opportunity to take a step, no matter how small, in the direction of justice in North Korea, because the total sum of those efforts can and has to eventually cause the levees to break and for the water of justice to flow in. And one of the most important things we can do is use our voices to create pressure for accountability, because when those calls for accountability are loud enough, the risk of acting on them can eventually become greater than the risk of ignoring them. And so we all know the political reality of the situation in North Korea means that the options for pursuing prosecutions are substantially limited. And I think it's important that we recognize that and recognize that sobering fact and approach the situation with that reality. Now, that does not mean that the prospect of prosecution should be abandoned. There are many very important reasons why we have to keep the discourse of prosecutions on the table. One, because it creates an environment in which it becomes fixed on the international agenda, so that it becomes unthinkable that when and if the opportunity arises, that will not be pursued. Two, it makes it much more difficult for any nation to support or defend what we know is happening in North Korea and in the detention facilities. And three, it recognizes the suffering that's occurring and the duty to act to bring it to an end. So we know that one option for prosecutions is prosecutions before the ICC. North Korea is not a party to the Rome Statute. So prosecutions before the ICC would require Chapter 7 action by the UN Security Council, which, as we know, has remained paralyzed on this issue. But that means we all in the international community have to continue to call for the Security Council to take action. Another option is prosecutions before an ad hoc international tribunal like the ICTY or the ICTR, established by the UN Security Council or by treaty. Now, one of the advantages that an ad hoc tribunal would offer is that it could be granted jurisdiction over crimes that occurred prior to 2002, when the Rome Statute came into force. And that could be a huge advantage with the situation in North Korea, because as we know, there's extensive evidence laid out amongst other places in the 2022 report that the crimes in the North Korean detention centers have been occurring for many decades, stretching back before 2002. And then another option, which we should always remain mindful of, is domestic prosecutions. The atrocities in North Korean detention centers are the exact kind of human rights violations that the doctrine of universal jurisdiction exists to address. And so when people call for accountability within their own domestic constituencies, it creates a climate where domestic prosecutions must be pursued when the opportunity arises, and we never know when those opportunities will arise. And so what can we do to create an environment in which prosecutions become more likely to occur and more likely to be successful when they do occur? Well, we've already heard reference to the important role that international organizations and human rights treaty bodies have to play. The crimes in North Korean detention centers violate the DPRK's obligations under the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The treaty parties and the treaty bodies must continue to shine the spotlight on these atrocities, and civil society plays a really important role. For example, through NGO advocacy and shadow reports that keep this issue on the agenda of the treaty bodies. And that makes it harder for any nation to support North Korea diplomatically. And it also makes sure that pursuing prosecutions remains on the international agenda. Also, the work of the treaty bodies, NGOs, UN special rapporteurs, and so on can be vital in gathering and preserving evidence that can make prosecutions viable. And more broadly speaking, beyond supporting the work of the United Nations and the human rights treaty bodies, civil society plays a really critical role to continue bringing attention to the situation, continue conducting inquiries, continue authoring reports, continue conducting interviews, publishing articles, writing books. These efforts are so important alone because they give a voice to those that have survived, and those stories have to be heard. That alone has a value that cannot be quantified, because being heard is so fundamental to the enterprise of humanity that we're all engaged in. But also those stories can inspire action and inspire change. And they can do that when we least expect it. I think that the takeaway when we're thinking about accountability in North Korea is really to continue to be prepared. We know that we don't have the opportunity now, but we have to make sure that we're creating the climate for that opportunity, and we're prepared to seize it when it does arise. So I'll leave it there for now. And I'm happy to answer any questions during the Q&A session.
Well, thank you so much, Naoi. Again, thank you so much for your commitment and also your law firm's pro bono work on North Korean human rights. I, again, fully agree with you on the importance of prosecution. I think you all know that 10 years ago, 9 years ago, when the COI report came out and it made its recommendations, one aspect that North Korea, of the COI recommendation, that North Korea really reacted allergically was the ICC referral and the possibility of the prosecution. They were very, very sensitive about that. So it really must be one of the main focuses that the international community presses on. It's most unfortunate that after 10 years since the creation of the COI, we're back to square one. We just had the ARIA formula at the Security Council when we really should be talking about ICC referral in earnest. So where have we been in the past 10 years? It's something to think about. 마지막으로 이번 패널에서 우리 정광일 노체인 대표님 다큐멘터리에서 여러분들 증언하시는 거 다 보셨을 겁니다.
안녕하십니까. 예, 다큐멘터리에서 제가 증언을 기본적으로 다 했다고 보고 제가 올해는 정치공청소에서 나온 지 20년이 됐고 이 건물에서 청문회를 했을 때 제가 참가했습니다. 그리고 지금 소장님이 저를 알아보시겠는지 모르겠지만 2009년도 3월에 김정일이를 형사재판소에 고소하려고 하태경 지금 현재 하태경 의원하고 둘이서 갔댔습니다. 네덜란드 찾아가서 만나 뵀습니다. 그때 소장님이 이야기하시더라고요. 김정일이를 제소할 수 없다고. 북한이 가입국도 아니고 그다음에 현재 내가 지금 조선민주공화국 국민도 아니기 때문에 할 수 없다고 이야기했어요. 그래서 다시 우리가 준비를 해가지고 2012년도에 일본 도쿄에서 COI를 ICNK를 만들어서 그다음 COI가 2013년도에 이 건물에서 했습니다. 이 건물을 1층에서 청문회를 했고요. 올해가 10년째 되는데 저는 정말 아무런 변화가 없는 걸 알게 됐습니다. COI 보고서가 2014년도에 나왔고 2014년도에 나와서 지금 9년이라는 세월이 흘렀는데 아무런 변화가 없습니다. 북한은 지금 과거도 아닙니다. 현재형이고요. 이번에 제가 EU 의회에 가서도 증언을 하면서 그런 이야기를 했는데 정말 참담하기 그지없습니다. 북한은요. 최근에 들어온 사람들을 조사를 해보면 아직도 고문행위가 자행되고 아직도 노동 관련된 교과서 정치범 수용소를 주고 가는 사람들이 있습니다. 그런데 그냥 지금 현재 상황을 방치만 하다 보니까 아무런 진전이 없습니다. 제가 이번에 제네바에 가 있는 기간 푸틴이 체포영장이 발부됐더라고요. 아주 어려운 일인 줄 알았어요. 저는 사실 체포영장이 발부되는 건. 근데 푸틴은 러시아도 가입국이 아닙니다. 아니에요. 탈퇴했어요. ICC에서. 탈퇴했는데 어떻게 솔직히 푸틴은 글쎄 전쟁을 일으켜서 그렇게 영장이 발부됐다 합시다. 북한은 그런 더한 짓을 하고 있습니다. 자기 동족을 이념이 틀리다고 해서 잡아놓고 때려 죽이고 고문하고 하는데 저는 왜 김정은이한테 체포영장이 발부 안 되는지 모르겠습니다. ICC 보고서가 COI 보고서가 나온 지 이제는 9년째 되는데 아무런 효과가 없습니다. 그리고 사실 문 정권에서 전 정권이죠. 전 정권에서 북한인권 관련해서 뭐 단체들을 많이 탄압을 하다 보니까 저희도 사실은 그렇게 돼서 미국으로 가게 됐고 그러다 보니까 많은 뭐 진전이 없는 건 사실이지만 국제사회가 동원돼 가지고 유엔에서도
and
이미
even
다
the
알고 있는
UN,
사실인데
they are
이걸
already
가지고
aware of what's happening.
그런 자체를
But still,
물론 한국
well,
정부가
of course, the South Korean government
전 정부가 동조 안
under
했던
the
것만
previous
사실이지만
administration, they
그래도
were not happy with
ICC
taking
보고
actions.
COI
But the
보고서가
COI
나온
report
이상은 그 보고서를
was there,
가지고
and if they have the report,
얼마든지 김정은이
they can take
영장을 발부할
actions
수
to
있는데
issue
안
a
한 것 같아요.
warrant
제
against
생각에는.
Kim Jong-un. I think they could do
이번에
that, but they choose not to do
푸틴이
it.
영장이 발부된 걸
And
보고
Putin,
이게 뭔가
now he got
틀리다고
the
생각했어요.
arrest warrant this time, so I think that really triggered me.
저는 이렇게 생각합니다.
So
그냥
this is what I think.
북한 주민들은
I mean,
누군가의
the North Korean
방치 속에
people,
무관심 속에 죽어가고
with
있습니다.
this indifference and inaction, they are dying and
지금이라도
suffering.
늦지 않았으니까
And it's not
앞으로
late.
10년 후에
I mean,
뭐 어떤 변화가
think about
있어야지
like
10년
10
후에도
years from
그대로
now.
있으면 10년
If there's no
후에는 더
change,
많은 북한 주민들이
again, in
죽어갑니다.
10 years again, then more people will die
이런
and
부분을
suffer.
여러분들이 꼭
And I really
아셨으면
want you to
좋겠습니다.
remember.
앞으로 10년
I
후에는
mean, 10 years from
솔직히
now,
북한의 정치범 수용소가 해체되고
the political
북한
labor camp
주민들이
should be
탄압받고
dismantled,
독재자의
and North
스라에서
Korean
살지
people
않게
should be freed
해줬으면
from this
좋겠습니다.
dictatorship. That's my
그렇게
hope.
하자면
And to do
여러분들이 많은
you
관심과
have
또
to
지지와
pay more
성원이
attention
있어야
and
된다고
send
생각합니다.
more support.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chung.
So that leaves us about 15 minutes before lunchtime for Q&A. So the floor is open. Please raise your hand and identify yourself and make your question or comment very short. And please address the person or the panel, to whom you would like to raise your question.
네, 안녕하세요. 한반도 청년 미래 포럼에서 온 박준규라고 합니다. Hi, it's an honor to meet everyone here. I'm from Young Leaders Forum of Korean Peninsula. 저는 질문이 있는데요. 대한민국에 대한 질문입니다. 얼마 전에 박근혜 대통령 시절 통일부 장관이 지내셨던 분과 대화를 나눌 수 있었는데요. 당시에 북한의 목함지를 도발이 있었습니다. 네, 그 얘기를 하면서 양극화되어 있는 지금도 대북 정책에 있어서 집권 중인 행정부가 이 정책 실행에 있어서 국민 여론과 지지가 되게 중요한 역할을 한다라는 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 사실 저희가 이 북한 인권에 대해서 국내에서 활동하다 보면 북한 인권에 대한 인식 그리고 인권 자체에 대한 인식이 되게 많이 부족한 상황이라고 느낍니다. 이런 부분에 있어서 저희 청년들이 북한 인권에 대해서 대한민국의 역할에 대해서 강조를 하고 대한민국 내 인권 인식을 이 북한 인권에 대한 글로벌 무브먼트 속에서 그 수준으로 끌어들이고 그 안에서 중요한 역할을 할 수 있도록 좀 활동을 기획해 보려고 하는데 사실 저희는 북한 인권이 얼마나 중요한지를 알고 대한민국이 국제사회에서 얼마나 중요한 역할을 할 수 있는지를 알고 있지만 이를 국민들한테 설득시키는 것이 쉽지 않습니다. 그래서 여기 이 세계에서 북한 인권에 대해서 무브먼트에 동참해 주시는 분들께 이 부분에 있어서 자문을 좀 부탁드리고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
So Naui, if you're still online, you're welcome to jump in anytime as well. But first, Greg will respond.
Yeah, yours is a great organization. Thank you, Jung-Hoon. We're working with your folks already. So how to turn this into a global movement? First of all, you young people of South Korea need to understand what you do understand, that this is not a matter of choice. This is a matter of destiny. Two Koreas lived sharing the same culture, the same history, the same language. You lived under the same political system for 1,000 years, 1 millennium. That is a very long time. Of course, 1945, 1948 to the present day, that's, it's been a terrible time. There are great differences between the two Koreas, but the young people of South Korea need to understand that unification will come like a thief in the middle of the night, and there will be no choice but to accept it. Your generation, perhaps the next generation, will have to sacrifice, and that is fine. because this is, truly a matter of Korean history, and it's a matter of destiny. But let me compliment you and your colleagues for what you're doing. I am quite aware of your mission. We're working together already. You're doing great. What does Korea need? Korea needs more young people like you and your colleagues. That's all I have to say. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Any other question?
Thank you.
동시 통역이 있으니까 뭐 한국어, 영어 상관이 없습니다.
You can speak in Korean or English, anything.
그냥 영어로 진행하겠습니다.
I will do
My name is
English.
Jung-Lee, and I'm a student here in Yonsei GSIS. And 4 years ago, in 2019, the previous administration deported 2 defectors from North Korea back into North Korea because they were allegedly held responsible for murdering 16 other people. And while they should have been tried here in South Korea and be prosecuted accordingly, should the allegations of murder be true, the previous administration decided to deport them anyway because, well, that was a time when that administration was trying to improve ties with North Korea, and it didn't really care whether these defectors were tortured or executed, which they were eventually. And I think it set a really dangerous and terrible precedent in which future governments can easily follow should they wish to improve relations with North Korea in the future. So, so the question is this: will internal regulations, rules, and measures be enough to prevent such precedents from being followed in the future? Should future governments try to improve ties with the North Korean administration, or can the international community pressure the South Korean government into not turning a blind eye, or worse, abetting North Korea in these human rights violations for political purposes? Thank you.
Thank you, Jung-Hoon. So, as Michael mentioned, we worry a lot about China forcibly repatriating North Korean refugees to North Korea, to a place where they face a credible fear of persecution in direct violation of the 1951 UN Refugee Convention. This happened in South Korea. I cannot say anything else. This is a criminal act. Returning North Korean refugees to a place, North Korea, where they faced a credible fear of persecution based on what we know. They're dead. The whole accusation that they killed 16 crew members on that squid fishing ship was absolute nonsense. At night, as you all know, squid fishermen do not sleep at night. They fish, they catch squid at night. So this is all bogus. This is all made up. And together with other, Yona, you're there, with other human rights organizations, the Citizens Alliance, and others, we fought hard against this. We wrote letters to the previous government, South Korea. Again, I'm not playing Korean politics here, but there is no choice but to tell the truth. What happened to those men was absolutely horrible. How do we prevent this from happening in the future? Let us make sure that human rights should not be politicized. North Korean human rights should not be politicized in South Korea, in the United States, or elsewhere. Human rights is not politicized. North Korean human rights is not politicized in the United States. Unfortunately, that has not been the case here. Let us make sure that we maintain a clear line, that we fight for the freedom, for the rights of the people of North Korea, the rights of all Koreans. That's it.
질문이세요? 아니면 여기서 답을 하실? 예. So,
Further questions?
as you know, that act was in violation of both domestic and international laws. It was in violation of every domestic laws existing, including the protection of the North Korean defectors, law as well as the Constitution. They should have been, if crimes were committed, should have been tried here in Korea because they are, by virtue of coming to Korea and declaring that they want to stay here, they should have been restored of their Korean citizenship. That's who they. It's almost the same as I commit a crime and I'm being sent to North Korea. What's the difference? There are no differences. So it is not something that we should just skirt over. It should be investigated and dealt with for the criminal act that was committed. 자, 먼저 질문하시고 두 개 질문을 먼저 받겠습니다.
So we got two questions here.
My name is Kim Dong-soo. I'm the former North Korean diplomat. My question is related with the Representative Jung Kwang-il. I give this question to both Secretary Generals of Greg and Michael. Representative Jung Kwang-il just before mentioned about the Kim Jong-un's arrest in the ICC, like Putin of Russia. In the past, and even now and in the future too, the North Korean strategy and policy of foreign ministry is try best not to link with Kim Jong-un's names with human rights of North Korea. So, can you, both of you, can you give me an answer? Is it really difficult or is it impossible to recommend ICC to arrest Kim Jong-un like Putin? Is there any possibilities, as Mr. Representative Jung Kwang-il asked in his speech? Thank you.
질문을 먼저 받고
So we will first take the question and then
진행을 할게요.
get to the answers.
예, 안녕하십니까. 저는 Justice for North Korea 디렉터 피로정입니다. 오늘 북한인권위원회 또 세계 변호사협회 연세대 국제대학원 국제연구소가 이런 자리를 마련해 주셔서 정말 감사하게 생각합니다. 저는 우리 IBA 사무총장 마이클 마야에게 질문 드리고 싶습니다. 저희 단체는 계속적으로 지금까지 이제 탈북한 탈북자들을 인터뷰하고 그걸 기록으로 남기고 있습니다. 그리고 그런 가운데 북한에서의 종교를 가졌고 또 중국에서 종교를 접했던 그 탈북자들이 강제 북송 당하면서 북한의 보위부로부터 받는 질문의 첫 번째가 바로 중국에서 기독교를 접했느냐 또 성경을 봤느냐라는 질문을 합니다. 저희가 조사한 바로는 그 질문에 성경을 보았다, 신앙을 가졌다라고 하는 yes라는 답만 나와도 다른 죄수들과는 그 즉시 격리되어서 비밀 처형되거나 극비리에 처형되는 것을 보았습니다. 그리고 실제 이 조사 기록은 저희가 이제 COI 보고서에도 올렸었습니다. 제가 우리 마야 총장님에게 질문 드리고 싶은 것은 북한의 이러한 기독교 탄압에 대한 부분이 지노사이드에 해당될 여지가 있다라고 하셨는데 만약 이러한 부분으로 조사를 하고 책임 추궁을 하기 위해서는 구체적으로 어떠한 자료와 어떠한 프로세스를 가지고 우리 NGO가 활동해야 될지 좀 어드바이스를 부탁드리겠습니다.
First question, can I go to Naui? In terms of the...
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to hear the translation of the questions.
Oh, so the question that was raised by Mr. Kim Dong-soo was the possibility of the ICC prosecution. And this was also raised by Mr. Jung Kwang-il, that having seen what the international community has done with Vladimir Putin, why not Kim Jong-un? Can you talk about the legal ramification of Putin and how that might affect Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, so let me just start by saying that there's a difference between the situations in North Korea and in Ukraine from a jurisdictional perspective under the Rome Statute, right? So in Ukraine, the atrocities are occurring in Ukraine, which creates the possibility of an indictment of establishing jurisdiction over the perpetrators of those crimes. Whereas in North Korea, we're talking about atrocities that are occurring solely within the bounds of the North Korean state for the most part, which creates real limitations on the ability to exercise ICC jurisdiction outside of a referral by the UN Security Council under its Chapter 7 powers. Now, I don't want to suggest that that means that we should rule out the possibility of an ICC referral or of pursuing justice through international criminal prosecutions. And the reason is because I think when the situation in the Balkans emerged in the 1990s, I think that most people monitoring that situation thought that it was extremely unlikely that you would ever see criminal prosecutions, much less criminal prosecutions of the leaders and Milosevic himself. And in fact, when the ICTY was established, it was established to very little fanfare. And it was, you know, as I said, you know, not widely perceived as a viable option for widespread justice and accountability. And so I think it's important for us as an international community to recognize that we have to keep up the pressure because we don't know when geopolitical and as Greg said, it shouldn't be political, but the reality of the situation is you often need geopolitical circumstances to align to make prosecutions viable. So, you know, I guess that would be my response to that question.
Okay, thank you. Now, Michael, do you want to field the second question?
Sure. I have to say I'm partial to having, again, retired judges, eminent judges study the issue of the persecution of Christians. I mean, I think one of the lessons of the COI is you had Michael Kirby, who was an extremely distinguished Australian high court judge, issuing the decision, and he had a certain credibility that very few other people would have. Again, it's, you know, when an NGO declares something a genocide, it's one thing. When you have somebody like Navi Pillay, Sylvia Fernandez, somebody of your stature, Judge Song, saying that something rises to the level of genocide, you can't ignore it. NGOs are perceived to be advocates. Judges are not supposed to be advocates. They're supposed to look at evidence and give you a very bland, technical reaction to the evidence presented. So, I mean, if you were interested in pursuing, you know, a very thorough investigation of what the persecution of Christians is under international law, then I would try and enlist judges. And like I said, I think there are many retired judges out there who'd be willing to do it. We had almost no problem finding judges for our first inquiry, which was chaired by Navi Pillay. In the second inquiry that Greg and I organized, we had no problem whatsoever getting Navi Pillay again. We had Sylvia Fernandez, the former president of the ICC, who held the same position you do, Judge Song. Wolfgang Schomburg, who was a high-level judge on both the Rwanda and Yugoslav tribunals, and Dame Sylvia Cartwright, who was the governor of New Zealand, a high-ranking political person, and also a judge on the Cambodia tribunal. I think if it were in my power, I would try and assemble a blue ribbon panel of judges of that caliber to investigate the Christian persecution issue. That's the only way I think that the international community can say this is the answer. Nobody trusts NGO. I mean, well, I should say nobody trusts NGOs, but NGOs don't hold the same stature as a retired eminent international judge who's been sitting in The Hague for 5-10 years looking at cases like this over a lifetime.
Okay, we're running out of time. That we do have sort of online viewers of this is a hybrid conference. So I'd like to ask if there's anyone online who would like to raise a very short question. No? 네. 예, 짧게 질문해
Can
주세요.
you ask a quick, short question?
안 들리는데요. 예.
I'm sorry, you're muted. Could you unmute yourself?
저는요, 일본에서 나서 태어났다가 17살 때 북한으로 가서 43년을 북한에서 살고 탈북을 해서 다행히도 살아서 일본으로 돌아왔습니다. 그래, 일본으로 살아서 돌아온 이상은 살아 돌아온 자로서 해야 될 일을 해야 된다고 생각해서 북한의 민주화를 위한 활동을 오늘까지 한 18년 이상 하고 있습니다. 저는 북한 문제를 생각할 때 이 제일 1959년 12월 13일부터 1984년까지 진행된 제일 코리안이 북송 문제가 큰 가장 뚜렷하게 나타난 북한에 의한 인권 침해 사항이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 93,340명의 사람들이 북한으로 끌려갔었는데 모두가 정말 지옥 끝에서 얼어 죽고 맞아 죽고 굶어 죽고 했습니다. 그것을 저는 유엔에다가 금년에 집중적으로 북송 사업을 해명하는 해로 해달라고 부탁을 했었고 제 자신은 지금 현재 김정은과 조청년의 허정만을 피고로 하는 북송됐다가 갔다 온 사람들 5명에 의한 재판을 하고 있습니다. 한 사람당
선생님, 저희가 지금 시간이 없어서 질문을 좀 해주세요. 질문을. 죄송합니다.
네. 그래서 우리가 재판을 진행하고 있는데 우리가 일본에서 하고 있는 구체적인 이런 활동에 대해서 유엔에서는 어떻게 생각하고 있는지 또 앞으로 유엔에서 이 북송 문제를 해결하기 위해서 어떻게 생각하고 계시는지 알고 싶습니다.
Future plan or strategy in dealing with the
감사합니다.
forced repatriation issue.
Well, the UN Commission of Inquiry, established 10 years ago, found that the abduction of Japanese nationals and nationals of 13 other countries constituted a crime against humanity. Of course, the challenge here is to have irrefutable evidence that abductees from Japan and other countries have been held in North Korea since 2002. That's when the Rome Statute that established the International Criminal Court came into force. It's extraordinarily important to continue to internationalize the issue. It's extraordinarily important to remember that it was not only Japanese nationals, but nationals of 13 other countries that were taken. It is extraordinarily important to remember that the government and people of Japan are not by themselves. They have a lot of help from many of us as they continue to pursue the truth. And it comes down to a very basic fact. We need to find out and tell the truth about what happened to those people taken by the DPRK regime. Just 3 years ago, on the 7th of June, 2020, Mr. Yokota Shigeru, 87 years old, passed away. He had been waiting to hear the truth about his daughter, Yokota Megumi. She's the symbol of this tragic issue, abductions of Japanese and nationals of other countries. So there are mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters who have been waiting to find out the truth. They're not forgotten. You are not forgotten. And we will continue
to
pursue the truth.
Thank you, Greg. We are running a very tight schedule today. We have less than 1 hour lunchtime, during which we have 2 speakers, Michael Kirby and Roberta Cohen. So please forgive me for making this very short. But again, I'd like to thank the 4 panelists who joined me to address this issue. And I think we're all in agreement that that raising awareness is very important, but the next 5 years should be about action plan and implementation, particularly with regards to the recommendations made by the COI. That's where the focus ought to lie, and that's what we're about. So thank you all very much, and let's give a very warm round of applause to the panelists. Thank you. And thank you, Nawi.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to join.
Okay.
Take care.
이어서 오찬 순서입니다. 저희 식사에 앞서서 지금 원장님께서 말씀해 주신 대로 먼저 지금 비대면으로 참석 중이신 로버타 코엔 북한 인권위원회 명예 공동의장님께서 북한의 식량 문제를 주제로 메시지를 전해 주시겠습니다. 착석해 계시면 저희 스태프분들께서 도시락을 나눠 드릴 겁니다. Hello. Ms. Cohen, do you hear me?
Can you turn on your mic? Can you
Hello.
unmute
Can you
yourself?
please turn on the mic, your mic? You hear me? Okay. Okay, thank you for joining us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure before I begin that you hear me and that you see me. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. We can see you and hear you clearly.
Okay, well, let me first say it's an honor and a privilege to speak to an audience in the Republic of Korea. My appreciation goes to the Dean of Yonsei University's Graduate School of International Studies, Jung-Hoon, for hosting this event. My admiration for the role he has played in enhancing the visibility of the human rights situation in North Korea, both from within the South Korean government as former special envoy and in many notable positions outside. My appreciation also to the International Bar Association and the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea. Last year, I testified before a group of eminent judges convened by these two organizations, both of which have been helping to lay the groundwork for accountability for those committing crimes against humanity in North Korea. Their focus was on North Korean detention centers, and I was specifically asked to address the right to food. North Korea is known around the world not only for its nuclear weapons development, but for the chronic hunger of its population. The latest report of Elizabeth Salmon, the new UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the DPRK, says that 60% of the North Korean population has been without sufficient food since the end of 2021. That is some 16 million people hungry on a daily basis, and who as a result may suffer anemia, wasting, iron deficiencies, increased risk of tuberculosis and other diseases. The figure several years before was 10 to 11 million, or 41% of the population. Still earlier, from 2015 to 2017, 18 million suffered undernourishment, including many children who became stunted. Yet these figures pale when compared to the hundreds of thousands, even a million, who perished from starvation and disease during the years of the Great Famine in the mid-1990s. Where does the responsibility lie for the famine? The North Korean government blamed disastrous weather conditions, but the UN Commission of Inquiry in 2014 also found that many of the policies and decisions taken by the government during the famine were made on political grounds with full awareness that they would exacerbate starvation and cause deaths. The government, it concluded, was committing crimes against its population and warned that many of the policies leading to that finding remain in place today. For example, prioritizing military spending even in times of famine, privileging certain groups and parts of the country, preventing public discourse about economic solutions, criminalizing coping mechanisms like informal markets, enforcing a travel ban on already starving people to avert possible political collapse, evading meaningful agricultural reforms, providing misleading information about the food situation, delaying international assistance, and placing restrictions on aid when it arrived. I would recommend reading and reflecting on these findings as humanitarian organizations seek to re-engage in North Korea after the pandemic. Certainly, it's essential they respond to the desperate food and medical needs of the population. But it's also useful to recognize that there's a criminal justice aspect to this situation when humanitarian and human rights standards are set aside by the government. Tomas Ojea Quintana, the previous UN Special Rapporteur, has called on North Korea to provide reparation for the survivors of the famine. Although no international tribunal to date has directly prosecuted any leader around the world for famine per se, international lawyers have been studying how to link established international crimes to famine. The North Korea situation might prove a credible case in such research. When it comes to the chronic hunger millions face, let me just stop for a moment. Is there a problem in any way? Excuse me, I heard a lot of noises and I thought maybe something was going on that I wasn't aware of.
Roberta, there's no problem. We can hear you properly.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Well, let me go back. I was saying when it comes to the chronic hunger millions face, the former German ambassador to North Korea, Thomas Schaefer, who spent more than 8 years in the country, reports that North Korean officials will tell you that climate, topography, and UN sanctions are the reasons for the hunger. But in his view, the major problem is government policy, most notably the lack of incentives for farmers that needs to be addressed. And also the fear that outside economic ideas might take hold and diminish the control of the political system. North Korean officials speak of juche, but it would be far better to speak of national responsibility, which means providing for the well-being of one's population, being accountable to them, and requesting international humanitarian assistance when the government is unable to fulfill its obligations. The UN Security Council has regularly pointed out that North Korea's diversion of its own resources to nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles has been overriding the great unmet needs of the population. Let us now turn to the most vulnerable group in North Korea when food is scarce, political detainees. In 2021, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned in a public report that the food situation for them, for detainees, has worsened as the food situation has become more acute for the general population. However, the COI found that even when food was available in the country, Adequate amounts were deliberately denied to prisoners, especially those held on political grounds in the secret prison camps, Kwanli-so, re-education camps, the Kiwa-so, or short-term detention facilities. In 2021, I had access to testimonies and information since the COI report that shed light on the short-term facilities where prisoners are held up to 2 years and then transferred to long-term camps or released. I saw that over a 20-year period in at least 5 provinces, the food provided in interrogation centers, labor detention facilities, and mobile forced labor brigades was a dangerously small fraction of what adults need for minimum dietary energy. A typical food ration might consist of 3 to 4 spoonfuls of corn soup, or of corn kernels 3 times a day, or 5 tiny rotten potatoes per meal with no clean water. Former prison guards have testified that the denial of food aimed to keep prisoners weak, easy to control, and also increase their suffering. Many detainees from the short-term facilities became physically sick from the denial of food and from what they called the rotten, inedible food they were given. They suffered emaciation. Some spoke of skin and bones, inflammation of body organs, interruption of menstrual cycles, and susceptibility to TB and other diseases. The main persons targeted with food denial were those who were suspected of not supporting the regime, following Christianity, being forcibly repatriated from China, seeking to join relatives in South Korea, or belonging to the wrong Sangmun. At times, such detainees were denied food altogether to increase the pressure on them to confess and to incriminate other persons. Quite a number of detainees witnessed deaths from starvation. A former administrator at a mobile labor brigade had to track how many detainees died in that facility, and he said 2,000 each year from different causes, including starvation. And this was just one facility. What helped detainees survive in the short-term facilities? Mainly packages they were able at times to receive from families and friends. That's not true in the Kwanli-so and the secret camps. But COVID-19 restrictions ended such packages, so the food situation for detainees has become even more precarious. What becomes evident here is that North Korea is willfully causing serious injury to the physical and mental health of those detained. And that is defined as a crime against humanity in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. One of the cardinal responsibilities of international humanitarian agencies is to try to reach the most vulnerable. UN agencies, donor agencies, and NGOs must therefore begin to explore the most effective ways of placing on the negotiating agenda with North Korea access to those in detention centers and prisons. There are precedents from other countries to build upon, which should not be dismissed out of hand on the grounds that doing so in North Korea would be too complicated politically or might jeopardize access to others. These are the most acute cases of hunger and disease in the country. And North Korea itself, in a United Nations review process in 2019, accepted the recommendation that it grant humanitarian organizations unimpeded access to the most vulnerable groups, including prisoners. This needs to at least be tested An episode in the history of the International Committee of the Red Cross may be instructive. In 1989, the widely acclaimed organization decided to look back some 50 years to understand why it had provided so little help to those incarcerated in Nazi concentration camps during the Second World War. What its evaluators found was that its staff and officials feared that such advocacy could jeopardize their assistance to other groups, in particular POWs, and possibly undermine their relationship with the government. But in the evaluators' view, the staff and officials failed to grasp the extraordinariness of the situation. Today, the ICRC views this oversight as the worst defeat in its history. In closing, let me say that we must all continue to make every effort to keep the plight of the detainees on the international agenda, a legitimate place on the international agenda. Support documentation of their conditions, seek identification of those responsible, and that would be for starvation and many other crimes in these prisons, and lay the groundwork for future truth and justice. May I ask everyone in the audience to join me in solidarity with those incarcerated on political or religious grounds in North Korea. Hopefully, by word of mouth, some message will reach their families or friends that tells them they are not forgotten and reminds the authorities that food denial, starvation, and famine make them liable for crimes against humanity. Thank you very much.
Hey, Roberta, I don't know if you can hear me or see me. It's great seeing you. You were heard loud and clear. It would have been so much nicer to have you here in Korea in person, but perhaps next time. It's good to see that you're looking very healthy. So thank you so much for that. And we'll move on because we have Michael Kirby's sort of recorded message that needs to be up again. So thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, Roberta Cohen. Thank you, and I'll see you soon in Washington.
These remarks are prepared with a view to focusing attention on the priorities that should exist at this time in respect of the COI report. Now, the first priority is to thank the United Nations. It gets a lot of knocks in this world, but in its work on North Korea and in its work on the COI report, it was excellent. We had a marvelous team in the Human Rights Council Secretariat led by Giuseppe Calanduccio. I had wonderful colleagues, Marzuki Darusman, the former Attorney General of Indonesia, and Sonia Basurko, a strong activist in human rights from Serbia. And above all, we had great support from witnesses who were members of the communities in the Republic of Korea and elsewhere, in Japan, in London, and in Washington, D.C. and Thailand, who came forward and putting to their side any risks that they might face or their families might face, where we considered it reasonably safe to do so. They took part in public hearings which opened the light onto the world of North Korea. And it is that light that we must follow. We must follow the beam. A new methodology was adopted by our Commission of Inquiry. It was a methodology of transparency. Bring in the witnesses, bring in the internet, and bring in the media so that the world could see North Korea as others see it, and particularly those who have experienced the great wrongs that have occurred in North Korea. The internet recordings of the witnesses' statements are still online, and they're available for the world to see. And I encourage anyone who hasn't already seen them to make contact with our internet recording of our public hearings and of the testimony. You know, I sometimes saw video or old documentaries on the post-war, post-Second World War, war crimes trials starting at Nuremberg. And I never thought, as an Australian judge, that I would get to a point where I was sitting in a terrible repetition of what was done back in 1946, 47, 48. But that is what it was. People came forward and anxious to speak about the situation in North Korea, anxious to put their experiences on record. And overwhelmingly, the COI was convinced about the honesty and integrity of the witnesses who came before us. The problem is not in the report of the COI. It was a strong report. It came to the conclusion that although the crime of genocide, international crime of genocide, had not been established for technical reasons, that crimes against humanity, another very great international crime, had been demonstrated in numerous heads of our mission, of the Commission of Inquiry mandate, and those accusations and our findings remain before the international community, relating to the political rights, the rights of women, the rights of citizens to information, the rights to food, and the rights of people who were abducted to have redress for the great wrongs that were shown. The problem with the report is not in its content. The problem is the low concentration span of the international community. Every day brings new perils to the international community, and everybody who is in any way aware of the situation in the international community with the invasion of Ukraine and the activities of the United Nations and of allies in Ukraine to combat that invasion will know how that is the issue, one of the substantial issues, probably the great substantial issue that is on the mind of the international community at the moment. And therefore, in breaking through the barrier of indifference that tends to come with international affairs, we have to try to find a new way to re-engage with the communities that are concerned and the international community generally concerning security and human rights. Now, President Trump took an initiative. It was an initiative which at the time I thought was worth taking, of having the meeting with the representatives of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Unfortunately, the three meetings which were held with Kim Jong-un led ultimately to nothing, indeed worse than nothing, because when President Trump walked out of the attempt, being of the view that he could not secure a deal with North Korea, that was a great loss of face for the supreme leader of North Korea, and it probably even set the agenda back. And the basic problem was that he went straight to the really difficult, the most difficult issue, and that was the issue of nuclear weapons and rockets and security of all parts of the Korean Peninsula and the surrounding parts of the world. Because that interfered with a proper approach, if I would call it a diplomatic approach to the negotiations between North Korea and the rest of the world, it's probably set back the endeavours which the COI wanted to see. But the right way to approach North Korea is, as the COI pointed out in its report, to advance at the edge of the circle. This is the way negotiations have to commence, at the edge of the circle, at the little steps that were necessary, albeit urgently, to re-engage North Korea with the rest of humanity. The opening of postal links, the opening of rail links, the creation of sister city arrangements, the sporting links. These were the ways in which, after the Second World War, the links in Germany and Austria to other countries which were divided as a consequence of that war were begun. And I believe, and the COI expressed the view in its report, that these were the ways to start the process of re-engagement with North Korea. And I think it's a very important obligation of the international community and of all of us to re-establish the relevance of the Korean Peninsula in the mind of humanity, to revive interest in the COI report, to utilize the 75th anniversary of the UDHR, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, for which Eleanor Roosevelt, a great American and a great citizen of the world, played such an important part in 1948 in securing the statement of the universal rights. You are not going to get peace and security on the Korean Peninsula until you get a restoration of fundamental rights in North Korea. The two are integrated, but you have to approach them in a correct and proportionate way. The Special Rapporteur, Professor Salmon, and her predecessors have made every effort to establish physical link, to go to North Korea, as the COI did. That has been denied to them as it was denied to us. But we must renew our efforts to get into North Korea and bringing the message of peace and bringing the message of universal human rights, and using the 75th anniversary for this purpose. Every effort must be made to revive the links with North Korea, to address the problems in the COI report. New consultations are needed, consultations in the first instance in the Republic of Korea, in South Korea. Those consultations should engage civil society. They should engage organizations of escapees or defectors, as they're sometimes called, and the media that will bring the message of the COI report to a wider community. The media has a very important role in this endeavor. It's necessary to engage the Republic of Korea. Under the presidency of Moon Jae-in, the Republic of Korea stepped back from the endeavors of the COI report, but I'm glad that the new administration is now re-engaging with the international human rights agenda of the world community. And we have somehow to get the message of the COI report over. No one is immune from the reports of the international community, and in particular, the excellent report of the COI. And it's important that that message should be brought home to the international community and also to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. If we can do that, if we can renew links and re-establish contact and maintain our own vigilance and raise the relevancy and significance of the COI report, that will be a step not only for universal human rights in this 75th anniversary year, but it will be a a revival of the importance of universalism, of no limitations, no exceptions, no differentiation, universal human rights for all, including for the people of North Korea. I hope that your conference will be a great success and that it will take as its focus the report of the COI on North Korea, because in that report are the keys to reviving universal human rights and human rights for the people of North Korea, which must be the goal of us all.
네. 이제 자유롭게 식사하신 후에 다시 뵙겠습니다. 오후 세션은 1시에 시작하겠습니다. 자, 오후 세션을 시작합니다. 오후 세션은 인권 우선 접근, 북한 인권 운동의 주요 과제와 미래라는 제목으로 진행됩니다. 그렉 스칼라투 HRNK 사무총장의 사회로 진행이 되는데요. 우선 구체적인 토론에 앞서서 전 전거리 12호 교화소 수감자 두 분의 증언을 먼저 듣겠습니다.
Well, thank you very much, Min-Jung. So, Camp 12, Cheongori, in the northeasternmost tip of North Korea. We have run satellite imagery analysis of this facility. 2016 Typhoon Lion Rock. We looked through the cloud cover. We came to the realization that there had been flooding at this facility. We warned then UN Deputy Secretary General In Eliasson. The response came very quickly. Within minutes, unfortunately, nothing was done on the ground in terms of conducting actual site visits, inspections of this facility. We have two very special witnesses with us today. They were both detainees at Kyohaso number 12. Remember, out of about 5,000 prisoners, 1,000 are women, 20%. Out of 1,000 women, 800, 80% are women forcibly repatriated from China in direct and blatant violation of the 1951 UN Refugee Convention. These two wonderful ladies were with us last week in Strasbourg, France, testifying before the European Parliament, and also in Geneva, Switzerland, testifying before the UN. We had about 15 UN missions in attendance, about 70 people. The Permanent Mission of Australia hosted us. This was co-sponsored by the Permanent Missions of the United States of America, the European Union, the Republic of Korea, Japan, and Romania. Yes. So without further ado, let me turn it over to these two wonderful ladies. Please go ahead. I'm not going to name them by name. They're going to be witnesses A and B for reasons you'll understand.
안녕하십니까. 중언하기 앞서 마스크를 쓴 점에 대해서 양해를 부탁드립니다. 저로 인해서 북한에 두고 온 딸이 박해를 받을까 봐 마스크를 쓰고 증언합니다. 저도 목소리를 높이고 마스크를 벗고 당당하게 증언을 하고 싶지만 북한에 두고 온 딸 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 마스크를 썼습니다. 죄송합니다. 저는 북한에 있을 때 여기로 말하면 주민센터 같은 그런 사무소에서 공무원으로 일했습니다. 공무원으로 일하다가 월급으로 도저히 생계를 유지 못해서 일을 그만두고 생계를 유지할 방법을 찾았습니다. 그러던 중에 지인으로부터 남한에 온 탈북민과 북한에 있는 가족과의 전화 연결을 시켜주면 거기서 돈이 떨어지는 돈을 가지고 생계를 유지할 수 있다는 그러한 것을 알게 되었습니다. 그러한 일을 하던 중에 저는 2015년 4월에 체포되었습니다. 손전화를 가지고 그 당시에는 저기에 손전화가 없었지만은 손전화가 있는 분하고 같이 전화 연결을 시켜주려고 가서 돈을 받아줬습니다. 그거로 인해서 손전화를 가진 사람이 잡혔습니다. 손전화를 가지고 자기가 나를 안 말해도 되지만은 어쩔 수 없이 저 땅은 일단 구류가 되면 안 말하고는 못 빼깁니다. 말할 때까지 제명이 없어도 제명을 만들어서 보내는 것이 저 땅입니다. 그래서 제가 잡히게 되었습니다. 무산군 욱 분주소에 먼저 잡혔는데 무산군 욱 분주소 저를 잡아온 지도는 너는 그저 가서 무산군에서 하는 교양대 한 3개월 정도만 하면 되겠다고 했는데 저는 무산군 구리장에 넘겨졌습니다. 제가 구리장에 넘겨진 것은 제명이 없는데도 저를 구리장에 넘겼습니다. 그래서 저는 예시문 보고 나는 손전화도 재본 일이 없고 돈도 재본 일이 없는데 왜 내가 예심을 받아야 되냐 하니까 네가 그냥 뻗치면 다른 제목을 더 늘려서라도 교화를 5년 보내겠다고 협박을 하는 것이었습니다. 그런데 구리장에 일단 들어가면 구리장에서는 열악한 상태라 가족이 면식이 없으면 정말 저 구리장에서 먹는 것과의 그러한 그보다 더 치욕한 삶은 없습니다. 개호들은 앞에서 먹는 걸 가지고 정말 수감자들을 희롱합니다. 또 재판을 받고 상소를 하는데 상소를 했다고 해서 3일간 굶깁니다. 이렇게 인권이라는 저 땅 구리장만 들어가면 정말 짐승 이하의 벌레반도 못한 그러한 취급을 받습니다. 그리고 제대로 증언을 안 하면 나는 그런 제목이 없다 하면 예시모는 구리장에다가 석 달, 5달 정말 제명이 만들어질 때까지 앉혀둡니다. 거기에 앉아있는 그러한 고독감, 정말 온몸이 오줌이 매려운데도 화장실을 못 갑니다. 보고를 제대로 못했어요. 보고를 제대로 해야 화장실을 가겠는데 보고를 제대로 못해서 화장실도 못 갑니다. 이렇게 정말 그 구리장에 있는 것까지 너무 치욕이어서 저는 내가 안 한 것도 했다고 하고 거기서 20일 만에 빠져나왔습니다. 단련형 1년을 받고 재판을 받고 간 것이 전거리 교화소 맞은편에 있는 한경북도 12 단련대였습니다. 신설이다 보니 아직은 철조망은 없지만은 군인들이 총을 메고 저희를 따라다녔습니다. 겨울에는 나무를 하고 여름에는 농사를 짓고 나무를 안 할 때는 화장실에서 나오는 온똥을 까야 했습니다. 그 온똥을 깔 때는 정말 입에도 들어가고 눈에도 들어가고 머리에도 튀었습니다. 대신 병실에 오면 그걸 씻을 물이 없어서 씻지도 못하고 그냥 그 상태로 자야 했습니다. 냄새가 나는 것도 참고 또 어떤 사람들은 그 씻지 못한 그 냄새 때문에 벌레들이 달려와서 피부를 물어서 온몸이 성한 데가 없는데도 그냥 자야 했습니다. 또 아침에 밥을 먹자면 그 생활 지도원이 마음에 들 때까지 노래를 부르고 정말 운동장을 20바퀴 뛰고 30바퀴 뛰도 어떨 때는 밥도 못 먹고 일을 나갈 때가 있었습니다. 너무 배고파서 물 한 모금 먹은 채로 나무를 꿀다 보니 그 나무가 저희 두 다리를 쳐서 복사뼈가 걸절된 때도 있었습니다. 그런데도 지도는 그 나무를 꿀고 뛰라고 합니다. 그 복사뼈로 해서 일을 못 나가면 그만큼 출석 일이 늦어지기 때문에 저는 일을 악물고 해서 나가야 됐습니다. 저는 딸밖에 없기 때문에 가족이 면회를 오지 못해서 정말 열악한 상태에서 수감 생활을 했습니다. 남들처럼 이쁘게 생겼으면 지도원이 눈에라도 들어서 정말 홀한 일을 할 수 있는데 장대같이 크고 덕지같이 커서 누가 쳐다도 안 보니까 정말 수감자들도 성폭행을 당하고 성유린을 당하면서 거기서도 자기가 홀한 일을 할 수 있다는 그런 만족을 느낍니다. 이것이 짐승보다 못하고 진짜 어떨 때는 너무 벨이 나서 땅을 치고 산에 가서 소리를 한번 쳐도 속이 내려가지 않습니다. 이렇게 열악한 상태에서 수감 생활을 하다 보니 또 저는 당원이었고 당원이라고 좀 봐주는
But I
것도
was a party
한계가
member.
있다고 하면서
Sometimes I got
누굴
favorable
생활청화 때마다
treatment.
비판을 받고 한 주일에 한 번씩 생활청화를 하면 정말
But when we
다리를
have
물을
this
한 모금 먹은
weekly
죄도 비판을 받아야 했고
criticism,
언제나
mutual criticism session,
모든 일에서는
we were subject to even a
당원이라는
small
그러한
level
그 제명이 오히려 저한테는 큰
of
죄를
irregular
가져왔습니다.
activities.
저는
And
거기서
because I was a
1년
party member, I was criticized
수감
even more
생활을
harshly.
하다가
So after my life there,
2016년 6월에 형기를
in
마치고 나왔습니다.
June to
형기를 마치고 집을 나와보니 어린 딸이
2009, I was
집을 팔아서 엄마의 면회를 온다고
I was
하는데
released, and when
협작을
I
나가고
went
혼자서
back to
울고
my
있었습니다.
home, I found out that my daughter sold our house to get me out.
북한은
And my
정말
daughter didn't
철조망
even have a
안에서도
place to
죄인이고
stay in.
철조망 밖에서도
North Korea,
정말 죄인처럼 삽니다.
in North Korea, you
저 땅은 걸음걸음
are
감옥이고
treated as a
걸음걸음
criminal,
내가
no matter
생계를
what you
유지하겠다고
did.
걸음걸음
Whether you did wrong
재고
or whatever you do, if the authority decides you're a
감옥에
criminal, then you
넣습니다.
are to live as a
수많은
criminal.
사람들이 죽어가고 있습니다.
Innocent people are
북한에서 오기
getting
전에는
detained.
정말 이런
They're
인권단체들이
dying
저희
in the
북한
detention
인권을 위해서
centers.
이렇게
And
많은
before I
노력을 하고
came
있는 줄은
to
몰랐습니다.
Korea, I never realized that there are so many organizations
이 땅을
and
넘어올 때
supporters of human
저 땅에
rights
앉아 죽으면
working
어떻고
for us.
도망강을
When
넘으면서
I was
죽으면
there,
어떻고 이 판
I was
사판인데
always
가다가서라도
ready
자유를
to
한번 누려보고라도
die.
죽자고
I was
했습니다.
ready for anything that would happen to me,
2019년
including
2월에
the death.
한국에 도착해서
But when I was
여기
crossing the
분들이
river
정말
and
저희를
trying to
친절하고
come to
따뜻하게
Korea,
대해주는
I
데서
thought, okay,
저희는
before I die, before the heaven decides that I must go,
거짓으로 왔기 때문에
I would
거-
grasp
우리 앞에서는 이렇게 친절한
the
척 하는 줄
silver
알았습니다.
lining.
그런데 살아보니 정말
And
저 땅에서는 대한민국을 남조선 기로도당이라고 하면서
And I also
저희들한테
found out
세뇌교육을
that people are
시키지만
kind
정말
here.
이 땅처럼 저희를
South
따뜻하게
Koreans
안아주고
are all
집을 주고
heartwarming and kind and encouraging
정말
to us
자유롭고
because North
내가
Korea
하루를 벌어서
brainwashes
한 달을
us.
벌어서
This North Korean
내가
regime
그 돈을
always
가지고
tells us that
해외를 가든 여행을
those
가든 누가
monsters are
탓하지 않습니다.
living in South Korea.
그러나 저 땅은 나한테 돈이 조금만 있으면 목을 잘라 죽입니다.
If you have one single dime,
모든 사람들이 돈이 있어도 죽고
one
없어도
Korean
죽습니다.
one
며칠 전에 저희
penny
딸한테
then
전화가
you get
왔는데
to die because
돈이 있어도 쌀을 못
the
산답니다.
regime will not allow it.
쌀이 없어서 돈이 있는데도
But
쌀을
even
못
if you
산다고
do have money,
말하는데
there's no way for you to freely get
말 한마디로
access
인해서
to
저희들이
rice.
죽을까봐
And
큰 말도
people had
못하고
to
그저
live
그렇게
in
알라고
fear
이렇게만 말하고
because if you slip, if there's a slip
정말
of
그
tongue,
목소리들이 구릿고
or if you
만나면 오래 말하고
fail to
싶지만
please the
말을
authority,
못합니다.
you
눈과
will
귀를
die.
막았습니다. 그래서
So people
저희들이 이 땅에 와서
live there
이렇게
without
가서나마 증언을
enjoying
한데 그
freedom of
증언을
expression,
들어주시는
freedom of
여러분들이 정말
thought.
고맙습니다.
So my point is that I thank
북한이
you so
인권
much.
실태에 대해서
I'm so
더
grateful
많이
to you
알아주시고 더 많은
for
관심을
working
가져주시면
this much to
감사하겠습니다.
get to understand the
감사합니다.
situation in human rights situation in North Korea. So thank you so much for your work.
Again, we spent the last week, 10 days with these two wonderful ladies. It's so difficult for them to revisit those most difficult moments of their lives over and over and over again. So difficult for them to have left family, children, spouses, brothers, sisters behind, parents. So thank you for doing what you're doing. And you mentioned NGOs, civil society organizations. We have to do better, all of us. We really have to do better to bring human rights and freedom to your people. Shall we?
안녕하십니까.
Hello, good afternoon.
저희 북한 주민들이
The North
인권
Korean
쇼를 위해서 이렇게
people,
많은
and
관심과 노력을
thank you
해주시는
everyone
모든
who are here
분들에게
for
감사드립니다.
working hard for the improvement of the human rights in North
저는
Korea.
2015년
was in
한국에 온
2015,
친구와 이렇게 통화를
I
하다가
was on the phone
그게
with my friend who was in
보이브에
South
발각돼가지고
Korea,
보위부에 잡혀 들어갔어요. 보위부에서 조사를 받고 한 달가량 조사를 받고 보안소로 옮겨졌어요. 보안소에 옮겨져서 6개월간 조사를 받고 1년 조금 넘는 형기를 받고 정거리 교화소로 가게 되었어요. 일단 정거리 교화소에 가게 되면 신체 검사를 해요. 알몸에 신체 검사를 하고 형식상 이렇게 엑스레이도 찍고 하는데 웬만히 큰 병이라 할지라도 제명에 따라 그냥 아파도 그냥 다 그냥 입소를 시켜요. 입소가 일단 되면은 신입반이라는 데를 옮겨지는데 그 신입반 생활을 한 달가량 해요. 그 한 달가량 할 때 그 기간에는 보안원들에 대한 예절이라든가 보안소 생활 준칙 그런 교육을 하고 또 신입반 생활이 한 달 끝나서 교화반에 가서 일할 수 있는 그 복장 옷, 교화소에는 교화소복이 따로 없어요. 그래서 자기가 입고 간 옷을 온전한 옷을 다 이렇게 찢어서 한쪽을 짝짝이를 만들어야 돼요. 왜냐하면 도주자가 생길 수 있기 때문에 혹시 도주자가 생기면 그곳 주변 주민들이 인사 발견해서 잡을 수 있게 하느라고 아마 아래와 바지를 다 이렇게 짝짝이를 만들어요. 그리고 또 거기서 그 학습을 할 때 외우고 잘 못하면 처벌이 있는데 저녁마다 도주자가 생길까봐 2시간씩 경비를 서요. 근데 그 경비 시간을 4시간 혹은 또 경우에 따라 6시간 이렇게 근무를 서게 하는 그런 처벌이 가해져요. 그리고 한 달이 끝나서 교화반으로 가는데 가면은 옥수수 농사라든가 재봉반, 머리 가발 뜨고 이렇게 풀로 이렇게 모자를 뜨는 그런 반이 그 나이 차에 따라 각각 있어요. 제가 입소할 때 당시는 여자 인원이 1,100명이었어요. 근데 1년이라는 기간이 끝나고 나올 때는 900명으로 줄어들었어요. 밥이 주먹만한 옥수밥 덩어리에 소금국에 시라지국을 먹다 보니까 영양가 없고 또 집에서 면회를 안 해오면은 생활 필수품이라든가 먹을 걸 갖다 주지 않으면 그 생활을 정말 견뎌내기는 너무나도 어려웠어요. 제가 교화소에서 제일 충격적으로 지금까지도 잊지 못하고 있는 일이 한 번 있었는데 저희가 밭에서 일하다가 원래는 아침에 8시에 나가면 저녁까지 일을 해요. 일을 하는데 중간에 일을 그만두고 다 교화소 그 침실로 데리고 가더라고. 왜냐가 했더니 남자가 한 명이 도주를 했어요. 도주를 했는데 저희를 여자 청사하고 남자 청사가 이렇게 나란히 있어요. 각각 담벼락을 세워가지고 보이지 않게. 근데 저희 인원을 다 남자 그 교화소 마당으로 데리고 가더라고요. 왜냐하고 봤더니 남자가 한 명이 아마 배고파서 그때가 가을철이었는데 먹을 걸 옥수수 따로 두고 가는데 도주를 하는가 해서 서부들이 총을 싼 거예요. 총을 쐈는데 그 마당에 눕혀놨는데 하반신에다가 총을 얼마나 많이 맞았는지 그냥 가죽이 조금 이 상의에 붙어서 너덜너덜해가지고 멀리서 봤을 때는 저 무슨 개를 잡아놨나 이렇게 생각될 정도로 이곳은 늘만 있는데 그걸 저희를 시체가 있는 가운데 있는 자리라서 빙 한 바퀴 돌리면 너희도 도주를 하게 되면 이렇게 된다. 보이는데 그때 그 총을 맞은 분이 부부간이 들어왔어요. 남자. 근데 그 아내분이 그걸 보고 그 자리에서 쓰러졌었어요. 남편이 그렇게 된 거 보고. 그게 지금도 그게 정말 트라우마로 남아있어가지고 너무나도 진짜 마음이 아프고 진짜 제가 또 옆에서 있던 분이 허약이 와서 한번 죽었어요. 죽었는데 그 가족이 아마 알리지 않았는가 봐요. 그러니까 죽은 지 3달 후에 면회를 왔었어요. 죽은 걸 모르고. 그러니까 거기서는 죽으면은 가족한테도 알리지 않고 사람이 너무나도 많이 죽다 보니까 일주일씩 이렇게 그 교화소 그 구석에 그런 칸이 하나 있어요. 거기다 쌓아놨다가 이렇게 쌓아놨다가 한 번에 이렇게 달구지 같은 데다 끌고 가서 후 세 통에다 넣고 한 번에 불망산이라는 게 있어요. 거기 가서 불태워서 다 태워버리고 산에다 뿌리든지 이렇게 했어요. 진짜 남녀 여소 관계없이 그냥 구타, 쌍말, 짐승 그런 짐승이었고 인간 체하 취급을 받고 정말 지금도 생각하면 온몸이 다 진짜 소름 끼쳐요. 1년 생활을 끝마치고서는 그냥 무사히 아무튼 나와서 여기까지 오게 됐고 저는 2019년에 한국에
I
입국했어요.
arrived in Korea, South
제가
Korea,
오늘 한 이 증언이
and I hope that my testimony
정말
today
많이 알려져서
will be
북한
shared
주민들의
with more
인권
people so
수호를
that
위한
the
데
people can learn
도움이
and
도움이
do
되겠으면
more to improve the human
감사하겠습니다.
rights in North Korea.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
두 분 너무 감사드립니다. 애를 많이 쓰셨습니다.
Thank you so much for
This
your
is who we work
courage.
for. These are the victims. These are the courageous victims who have the bravery to speak up. There are so many other voiceless victims, and these are the people we work for. And we shall never rest until we bring freedom, human rights to the people of North Korea. Now, these two ladies are really tired. They were all over the planet with us. They really need to rest. So let me ask the other panelists to join us. Bob Collins, Joanna, Eleanor. Eun-Kyung, please join us. Yes, sir. Min-Jung, would you like to introduce the panelists? Thank you, ma'am.
죄송합니다.
I'm so sorry.
예, 오늘 두 번째 세션에 토론해 주실 5분의 토론자분들 소개해 드리겠습니다. 먼저 엘레오노 헤르난데스 UN 서울 인권사무소 인권 담당관께서 함께 하셨습니다. 그리고 요한나 호사냐 북한인권 시민연합 사무국장님께서 함께 하셨고요. 그리고 박은영 사단법인 크레도 국제위원장님께서 함께 하셨습니다. 그리고 로버트 콜린스 HRNK 수석 고문님 여기 계시고요. 그리고 김동수 국가안보전략연구원 자문연구위원님께서 함께 하셨습니다. 이제 2부 토론을 진행하겠습니다.
So the theme of the second panel of the day after listening to this heartbreaking testimony is a human rights upfront approach, pressure points, and the future of the North Korean human rights movement. If there's one success of the recommendations formulated by the UN Commission of Inquiry, that is the establishment of an office, of the UN office, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights here in Seoul, and our first speaker of the day is none other than Eleanor Fernandez, who is a human rights officer, the UN Human Rights Office in Seoul. Eleanor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. 여러분, 안녕하십니까? Thank you very much for inviting the UN Human Rights Office to be part of this event, marking the 10th anniversary of the COI on the situation of human rights in the DPRK. In the next 15 minutes, I will highlight the mandate of the Seoul office, which was established following the recommendations of the COI, to continue the work it had initiated in 2013 on monitoring, documentation, and reporting on serious human rights violations and possible international crimes occurring in the DPRK. The office has within the UN system a primary role to play in the monitoring, documentation, and preservation of information to serve future accountability process under international criminal law. I will talk about the role of the office in this task, but our role is not limited to this. We also use the information collected for accountability purposes to inform the international community and raise awareness of the human rights situations and the obligations of the primary duty bearer, the DPRK, as well as the role of others actors, including other UN member states and the Security Council. Last Friday, we briefed the members of the Security Council in an area formula meeting. We also play a role in supporting and raising awareness of other forms of accountability that are meaningful to the victims. Raising awareness through public reporting and providing a platform for North Korean voices can be considered a form of accountability, as Greg Riley talked earlier today. The office, since its establishment, periodically reports to the Human Rights Council and informs the international community of the human rights situation in the country. Our latest report on accountability in the country will be presented to the Human Rights Council this coming Wednesday, so the day after tomorrow. The report can already be found on the website of the office. This latest report is based on the interviews conducted by the office with individuals from the DPRK who have recently arrived in the Republic of Korea. The office reported specifically on the conditions and treatment of overseas workers, which can be considered a form of forced labor. The workers reported being sent overseas by the DPRK government and being placed in jobs that were physically arduous and often dangerous. Interviewees reported that they had to pay a large majority of their wages to the government of the DPRK. The office also collected information from women who were trafficked into neighboring countries, sometimes for marriage and sometimes for work, and lived at constant risk of repatriation. In 2021, the office reported to the Human Rights Council on the crimes of imprisonment, torture, and enslavement in the ordinary prison system. Since 2015, the monitoring and documentation undertaken by the office has also supported the work of the Special Rapporteur, including the annual reports to the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly, and supported the annual reports of the Secretary General to the General Assembly. Aside from these regular mandated reports, the office has also regularly issued thematic reports on specific human rights violations. These reports make public much of the monitoring and documentation work being undertaken by the office, including the witness accounts that are documented and stored by the office. Thematic reports have included the involuntary separation of families, the economic, social, and cultural rights situations, including the right to an adequate standard of living, the impact of corruption on human rights, and human rights violation against women arrested, interrogated, and detained following their forced repatriation to the DPRK. Next Tuesday, on the 28th, and following this line of work, the office will launch its next thematic report entitled "These Wounds Do Not Heal," which details enforced disappearances and abduction in and by the DPRK since 1950. This includes disappearances following arbitrary detentions in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea after forcible repatriation from neighboring countries, abductions of nationals of the Republic of Korea during and after the Korean War, non-repatriations of prisoners of war from the DPRK, and abductions from nationals from Japan, the Republic of Korea, and other states. The report also examines enforced disappearances of ethnic Koreans and Japanese nationals who were lured to move to North Korea based on false promises of a better life under the Paradise on Earth campaign. All this reporting, since the establishment of the Seoul office in 2015, builds on the information and findings of the COI. It is an important task for all of us, not just to revert to the COI report, but also to constantly reference and raise awareness of the reports that have been produced by the office, but also by others, to further build on the body of information, this body of information. A task distinct from public reporting has been also the ongoing work by the office to collect and preserve information that will serve future accountability processes, including criminal accountability. This includes the establishment of a central information and evidence repository, and the work undertaken to assess all this information and testimonies placed in this repository, to identify possible avenues for accountability, and also to identify gaps in the information and evidence that needs to be filled to serve future accountability processes. This is also a mandate based on a recommendation made by the COI to establish a secure archive of information provided by relevant stakeholders. The interviews conducted by the office form a crucial part of the information currently compiled in the Central Information and Evidence Repository. The archives of the COI and of the group of experts on accountability are also preserved there. We also have received testimonies compiled by some CSOs. However, not enough progress has been made in this regard. In order to have a central repository to best serve the prospects of future accountability, we need to compile all of the credible information out there that has been collected by non-governmental and governmental actors. Having a comprehensive repository can potentially have multiple uses for judicial, but also for non-judicial initiatives. I will come back to this point later. I would like to clarify why this mandate of the office is so important. In this particular type of situation, where massive violations, possibly amounting to international crimes, occur over a prolonged time frame and with a multiplicity of perpetrators, there is a need to secure and preserve all relevant information at an early stage. OICHR's repository is intended to be a central and comprehensive tailor-made database that ensures a safe storage to support investigations and prosecutions at a later stage by securing evidence that could ultimately be used effectively in criminal proceedings. Having a comprehensive centralized database also permits an extensive analysis of the information we have and also of the potential gaps that need to be filled. When considering future investigations and prosecutions for crimes against humanity, the existence of a comprehensively populated central repository enables the analysis of the information gathered and the establishment of what we call the chapeau or contextual elements of crimes against humanity. This centralized approach supports investigations by shedding light not only on individual offenses, but also on the systemic actions behind them. This is of paramount importance when one is analyzing international crimes, because indeed, when we speak of crimes against humanity, there is a need to have this two-tier analysis of information. For example, for the crime against humanity of enslavement, we will need to first establish the elements of what the lawyers, of what we call the underlying crimes. And I don't want to give here a law lecture, but this is something very detailed, and you can find it in the elements of crimes of the Rome Statute. And after having established this, you will have to establish the elements for the contextual element, which is what will characterize the enslavement as a crime against humanity. I think it is important to convey this complexity of the crimes we are dealing with to comprehend the importance of having such a central repository. I won't delve in what the contextual elements are, but it's because I don't want for you to get bored. It's quite technical. But this context in which the crimes are committed is the peculiar element that distinguishes crimes against humanity from domestic crimes. Coming back to the repository, the only way to establish the contextual element is to gather and analyze as much information as possible in order to complete these different parts of the puzzle and establish these contextual elements. We need to understand the context in which the violations have occurred, including possible patterns and trends. This analysis is critical to establishing whether crimes against humanity are being committed. This is one of the reasons the state members of the UN have created mechanisms for Syria, Myanmar, Iraq, and also mandated the Seoul office to collect information on crimes committed in the DPRK in order to analyze the context. This repository is also paramount to facilitate expedite proceedings in the future. Analysis of core crimes is time-consuming, and having all the information secure in one place, starting from the early stage where we gather the information, in a way that will best serve prosecutors in the future. This may reduce the length of international criminal trials. During my almost 10 years in Cambodia at the Khmer Rouge trials, I know from my previous practice how frustrating it was to have hearings postponed because a new piece of evidence was put before the chamber because, for example, one of the parties had recently found an old interview or a book or a statement from one of the victims who was about to take the stand to testify. There is a need for collective action in this type of investigation and to have all the information collected by the various actors in one place. And there is also a responsibility for all of us working in these situations to follow strict methodologies that will not jeopardize the case and the value of the statements taken, and to always have the well-being of the victims as a guide to all our actions. Then maintaining a central overview of interview victims will help also avoid re-victimization by repeated interviews. It will also allow us to identify parallel investigation lines at an early stage, and will also lead to a more efficient use of resources and a reduced risk of legal errors. Of course, the office does not wish to only be recipient of information and evidence. We are also providing technical assistance to CSOs working on human rights in the DPRK and serve as an effective partner with respect to the conduct of potential domestic proceedings. In line with the principle of complementarity enshrined in the Rome Statute, national authorities are those who hold the primary responsibility to investigate and prosecute international crimes. Our office recognizes the crucial role played by civil society in promoting justice and accountability for human rights violations in the DPRK, and we want to continue to provide support to partners, including training programs on applicable international criminal law and techniques interviewing. Furthermore, OICHR will raise awareness and support capacity buildings that places the victims at the center of the process, ensuring that they are not re-traumatized through the process of information gathering and that expectations are not unduly raised. We also want to facilitate regional discussions, identifying potential strategies for future accountability, including through available extraterritorial or universal jurisdiction, exploring reforms and capacity development needed within different jurisdictions, and sharing best practices between them. Finally, the office is mandated since 2021 to conduct consultation with victims and stakeholders on their views on accountability in order to put victims and affected communities at the center of the accountability process, and to identify and take into account their needs and views in the design and implementation of future accountability processes. This process intends also to inform the actions of the international community in the years to come. Victims are asking for more concrete and urgent initiatives. We are running out of time. Last week, we spoke with the lawyers representing plaintiffs in a civil lawsuit that has been heard at the appeal stage in Tokyo. The lawyers informed us that one of the 5 plaintiffs had passed away last February, and that a second one was very ill and hospitalized and was unable to travel to attend the hearing. Our office is continuously informed of victims that have passed away in recent years. Mr. Han Jae-bo, a prisoner of war that escaped from the DPRK, passed away earlier this year. Mrs. Kim Bo-nam, the wife of a Korean war abductee, Mr. Lee Sung-Hwan, was abducted in 1950, passed away last year without being reunited with her husband or knowing what happened to him. Mrs. Yang Soo-rae, the wife of Mr. Hwang Won, who was abducted in the hijacking of the Korean Airlines flight in 1969, passed away in 2021. Urgent action regarding non-judicial measures such as memorialization, but also administrative reparation programs need to be supported to provide victims with a measure of redress while they are still alive. The Enforced Disappearances Report, which will be presented next week, offers observations from the series of consultations that were carried out by the office with victims and relevant stakeholders, and presents the non-judicial initiative requests made by the victims. We need to create strategies outside of the traditional concept of criminal or judicial accountability to best serve the interests of victims and their families during their lifetime. Even if statutes of limitations do not apply to international crimes, it is very probable that some of the perpetrators of the crimes documented have passed away, and that these crimes documented will never be brought before a court. Therefore, other processes need to be also considering when working in human rights contexts that have been prolonged for a long time. Memorialization, for example, is a process in which the experiences of people and events are preserved. It serves to honor and acknowledge victims of violations, and most importantly, it establishes records for future generations. This work is also fundamental for the non-recurrence of these crimes. There is a clear need to work on other avenues to provide redress to victims, such as initiatives done already here in the ROK, like the Korean War Abductees Museum in Paju, or celebration of commemoration days like the ones organized by the victims themselves. This needs to be institutionalized and supported by the different actors. The victims cannot bear all this alone. The documentation of violations can serve truth-seeking initiatives and provide fora for the victims to elevate their voices. Victims have the right to justice and full and adequate reparations in their lifetime. The office remains committed to seeking accountability for serious human rights violations and possible international crimes committed in the DPRK. Because criminal accountability is one of the many forms of redress victims are entitled to international law, we need to expand our horizon and explore the full ranges of possibilities moving forward. Thank you very much.
Eleanor, thank you very much. It's very meaningful that you're here today to represent the UN office in Seoul. And we all look forward to next week's report on enforced disappearances. By all means, of course, in this documentation and accountability process, civil society organizations have played an extraordinarily important role. In particular, the Citizens Alliance here in South Korea. And our next speaker, Joanna Hosaniak, is Deputy Director General of the Citizens Alliance for North Korean Human Rights. Joanna has been an advocate for the human rights and freedom of the North Korean people for a long time. Most importantly, she's my Eastern European sister, cousin, Poland, Romania. Yes, cannot break us apart. So, Joanna, I'm going to turn it over to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Greg. And I congratulate you and Ambassador Lee for this initiative. It's important. We had very little of this kind of meetings during last 5 years during the previous administration, and I think that we lost a lot of valuable time. As Eleanor has said, many victims are passing away, and this is unacceptable to the victims to put the human rights on the backseat of any policies. I'm going to speak a little bit of why documentation and accountability is important in the context of CSOs and what CSOs, probably Greg will also agree with me, how they view their role in that, in these actions. So you do have to realize that, as you have heard the testimonies of the victims, and some of the victims are also in the audience, that these individuals' memories of suffering and victimization, they are absolute foundation for any documentation, any memorialization process, any reparation processes that can be happening in the country or transnationally. And this agency of various actors is extremely important, but it very often happens on the margins of the state. And this was our case here in South Korea, where together many civil society organizations and the victims have to, but also international organizations, they not only have to fight with the narrative of the DPRK government and its powerful narrative and its powerful connections transnationally, but they also have to somehow fight within South Korean society to have their voices recognized. The fact that many of the victims are still unable to really freely speak in South Korea is unacceptable. That their voices are not being heard, not being recognized, that their trauma is not being recognized. The victims, especially women, majority of them victims of sexual violence, the way we, for example, recognize victims of Me Too movement and all the women here in South Korea, and the fact that North Korean women do not have the same type of, are not received in the same manner is completely unacceptable. But all the more, I would like to also say that Michael Maya made this comment today in the morning that NGOs, there is a limit to what NGOs can do and what, for example, high-profile judges, international judges, renowned judges can do. I agree with that, and it's also the same why me or Greg were involved in the establishment of Commission of Inquiry. I met with Navi Pillai that you saw on the documentary with 2 victims. This was 10 years when the resolution was passed at the UN level at that time, and the High Commissioner didn't meet with any of the victim or any of the CSO working on North Korea individually. This was the first time for us to, even though we lobbied for that meeting for 2 years, to meet with Navi Pillai at that time, and her statement giving support to our initiative of establishment of COI was very important. But in a way, COI did not find anything that we didn't find as SEOs, but it was important for us to have this independent experts report because this is how international community works. It has to be somehow cross-checked by these independent experts in order to have a kind of, higher acceptability value. In particular, that the victims' testimonies are still being questioned. There are still scholars in, for example, UK, France, and other countries, Western world, that are questioning Commission of Inquiry, questioning victims' voices, no matter how many investigations you have done and how many times you have cross-checked this information with others, with satellite photos and so on. These efforts will be, people who want to question, they will be questioning. And this is why, for example, establishment of the UN office was so important for the CSOs and for the victims. But what I want to say is that the geopolitical situation that we had at that time, right, Greg, was completely different. We could push for COI because of certain reluctance on the part of Russia and China to kind of step in. Everyone was tired also to kind of vouch for DPRK for North Korea. Right now, because of the Russia-Ukrainian war, because of the conflict between US and China, and inability, or let's say hijacking of the UN Security Council, I think there is very little that CSOs and others will be able to do. So we definitely have to look at other ways while maintaining this roadmap that COI has done and that UN office continues to do of talking about the referral or our establishment of the ad hoc tribunal. This will not happen just like that. It will require very, very concerted effort. And as Michael also said in the morning, like he said that he doesn't understand why so much effort is being paid to actually convincing that. I don't know whether that effort, whether really NGOs should go that line, because it is, in a way, it's a waste of time, and that effort could be put into other types of meaningful initiatives. And what I mean by that is, in particular, I'm very happy that Judge Song is here, who was there when commissioners were coming here to South Korea. That we have to look at South Korea and the situation in South Korea and the possibility of such criminal accountability here. The ROK is a party to Rome Statute. It has domesticated the law into its law. It has a moral and legal obligation to actually take up some of these cases in the future. And so it also under South Korean constitution, Republic of Korea consists of the total of the territory, and a lot of kind of legal experts say that there is no judicial obstacle to actually try these cases here. So while, when ROK was accessing to ICC, it has pledged efforts to support this type of efforts internationally. And since then, it has really made, has a plethora of judges and prosecutors and legal personnel that have participated in various international courts, whether this was ICC or whether this was the special chambers for Cambodia and others. You have this personnel here. And I think what we are lacking as NGOs is that connection between many NGOs and this legal personnel who could also help us to link with other kind of legal or justice actors, that these cases could be brought by the victims actually here in South Korea. And I think that if we continue to wait and continue to look at international community, not much will be done for another yet 10 years. And we have to kind of think of what is our role here and what is the broader, not only NGOs, but broader community. The fact also that South Korea, for example, does not have a special crime unit as other countries have is also an important issue that has to be raised. And when I've heard that, for example, some lawyers suggested that the victims would go to the police to file the cases on murder, where that's the thing, that the murder is completely different from crimes against humanity, war crimes and crimes of genocide. And this is why we need this kind of network where we could use the documentation, where we could use victims' testimonies when they are alive and other sort of the documentation that has been gathered, and do something, whether this is in South Korea or in Japan, and support that. But also, one thing that I have noticed is this lack of system of protection and support for the victims here in South Korea, in order for the victims to step up and also to be protected for the future, for example, of some of the trials taking place, whether internationally or in South Korea. That system should exist. Nothing like that exists. Nothing like that really exists in terms of psychosocial support. I mean, there is psychosocial support, but we have talked to many victims that they said it's a failure and they are not using this properly. I will not go into details, but we have seen at one of the recent occasions, there was a closed meeting that Special Rapporteur Elizabeth Salmon organized, and there were victims, and we observed with Eleanor at that time how much trauma is there in that room that has been unable to be processed for so many years. And even people that we knew for a very long time that were very bright, very active, have carried this trauma on their backs for such a long time. I think there is much more that we have to do as NGOs, but also from the civil society. And this is where here are some of my previous and current students who I teach here as well as an adjunct professor. We need also students who will be trained in Korean law, for example, the new generation, or in psychosocial support, that will be trained, that will know how, what to do. And at certain point where opportunity arises, they will come back and will get involved in this. So I think this system has to be established. Lastly, I would like to touch upon also the non-judicial forms of accountability. And one of the special types of forms where we use our documentation, where COI left off and didn't look into certain details, are, for example, connections. Nobody has asked questions thus far. How is North Korea able to sustain this system for such a long time, to invest this enormous financial resources in the military, nuclear kind of adventures, and continue for so many years without looking into connection between its economy, the crimes against humanity, in particular the intergenerational slavery and the crimes that also Gregs look into, the crimes committed in the totality of the prison camp system. This is the way how, you know, the supply chain works for DPRK, where the government gets the resources from this forced labor, slavery labor, and invest that into other types of adventures. And this blood coal export, for example, from North Korea, that was a kind of first one that enabled us to actually lobby that the resolution in 2021 would, for the first time, involve the language of violations against prisoners of war of South Korea and their descendants. Thus far, for so many years, the resolution didn't touch upon that topic, but also that report was basics for the first human rights sanctions. And this type of human rights sanctions going after the individuals and institutions involved in the crimes is where this documentation that Greg is doing, us is doing, could bring some results in the future. I will finish here for the sake of the time, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Well, Yuna, thank you very much. Great words of wisdom there for all of us in the NGO community. And thank you very much for what you do to bring up a young generation of young Korean scholars who will hopefully continue to be interested and devoted to North Korean human rights and ultimately to Korean reunification under a free, democratic Republic of Korea. All right, amen to that. Thank you. This morning, Michael, Maya, and other speakers mentioned this very important issue of the forcible repatriation of North Korean refugees by China. This is done in direct and blatant violation of the 1951 Refugee Convention. We have a terrific speaker, my good friend, Park Eun-Kyung of the CREDO Association, who is going to address this very issue in great detail: North Korean refugees and the principle of non-refoulement under international law. And the floor is yours. Go ahead, sir.
Can you change this slide so this slide would come up? Thank you, Greg. This incident took place on May 8, 2002. It was in front of the Japanese consulate in Shenyang, China. 2-year-old girl named Han-mi left North Korea with her parents and grandmother and uncle to go to a free nation. They tried to enter into Japanese consulate in an hope that it will lead to their free life. However, as you see, entire family were successful. Nevertheless, the mother was dragged out by the Chinese police. Because of her, other family members all are kicked out from the Japanese consulate, and they were detained by the Chinese police. And Chinese government expected to return these 5 family members to North Korea. It was a Mother's Day in South Korea, But as you see, a 2-year-old child should see her mother were dragged out of the free zone and then sent back to a living hell. Fortunately, it would end with a happy story. Korean government and US government got involved, a number of NGOs and press got involved. It became an international issue. So there has been a discussion among the Chinese, South Korea, United States, and Japanese government about the final destination of these families. So these families, Hanmi and her family, all came to South Korea and they live in South Korea happily. This is a truly unhappy end. However, as you know, so many people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands people left North Korea because of the political or religious reasons or economic reasons. But the problem was that they are, on many occasions, apprehended, caught by the police of the neighboring states, including China, and they are sent back where they would be tortured, executed, and punished. They don't have any access by the UNHCR office or any international community. According to North Korean Penal Code, they don't have freedom to move. They don't have to leave the country. Once they leave the country without the permission, it's considered to be a treason. Once they come back, they would be held liable. They will be punished up to 5 years. So defection itself may be deemed as a treason within North Korea. That is why it becomes a serious issue when they are returned. I would address the principle of non-refoulement or non-refoulement, to the French term, under international refugee law, where states are not prepared to grant asylum to persons seeking international protection on their territory. That means that not all refugees are given asylum. However, the state must adopt a course that does not result in their removal to a place where their lives or freedom would be in danger on account of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion. So states must grant individuals seeking protection access to their territory and to fair and efficient asylum procedure. It is mentioned in Article 33 of the Refugee Convention. The principle is of particular relevance to asylum seekers. As such, persons may be refugees. It is established that they should not be returned or expelled pending a final determination of their status. I'll touch upon it later. China believes or argues that these North Koreans are not considered to be a refugee for the purpose of Refugee Convention. They consider these North Korean defectors, many of them are illegal economic migrants. That is why they are sending them back. However, as I mentioned earlier, once these refugees, these defectors, even though they didn't leave the country with political reasons, are on the risk of punishment, as we saw from the penal code of the North Korea, then they could consider to be a refugee sur place. That means refugee on the spot. They would be given a chance to become a refugee. Or if they risk a certain punishment or inhumane or cruel punishment, then the state should not send back simply because they are not a refugee at the first place. That's well-established principle in international law. And it becomes a customary international law in addition to the convention. So you see other countries where they which are not the signatory of the Refugee Convention. However, as this become a customary international law, countries, states should not be exempted from applying this principle. UNHCR is of the view that the prohibition of refoulement of refugees constitutes a rule of customary international law. In addition to the refugee law, there is a human rights law requirement. Under the UN Convention Against Torture, Article 3 suggests that no state party shall expel, return, or extradite a person to another state where there are substantial grounds for believing that they would be in danger of being subjected to torture. The prohibition of torture is regarded as a customary international law, or jus cogens. Jus cogens is a special term in international law, which means that a compelling law or mandatory law. So states are bound not to transfer any individual to another country if this would result in exposing him or her to serious human rights violations, such as arbitrary deprivation of a life, or torture, or other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. States have a duty to establish, prior to implementing any removal measures, that the person whom intends to remove from their territorial jurisdiction would be exposed to a danger of serious human rights violations. If such risk exists, the state is precluded from forcibly removing the individual concerned. So let's talk about what the neighboring states do. Obviously, as you know, China is the state where so many defectors from North Korea are going. Are they going to China for permanent purposes? No. China was simply a transit for them. They just want to go other states like South Korea or United States or United Kingdom. Nevertheless, China did not allow them to leave their country. Rather, they send these North Korean defectors back to North Korea. Why? Actually, COI, Commission of Inquiry, asked this question to China. Why you, China, send these people back? And China said that we have international treaty and we have domestic laws, which require us to send these people back. What bilateral treaty that they're referring to? They're referring to mutual extradition agreement on the escapees and criminals between North Korea and China. Mutual protocols for maintaining security and social orders over the frontiers. And then they have a management audience over frontiers in Jilin province. Jilin province is a province right next to the North Korean border. And then there is a Chinese penal code. So what China believes is that because of this treaty with the North Korea and because of domestic law, they should send these people back. However, they're not allowed to do so under the international law. China actually joined international treaties, Refugee Convention 1982, Convention Against Torture 1988. And then they, according to the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, treaties that is conflicting with the jus cogens, that means a violation of Torture Convention or Refugee Convention, would be considered to be void. So China should not use their bilateral treaty with North Korea as an excuse to circumvent this fundamental international rules. And further, interestingly, China themselves submitted a report to the Committee Against Torture Convention, which China is a signatory. China reaffirmed that the principle of non-repatriation under Article 3 of the Convention Against Torture overrides China's obligation to extradite or repatriate under other bilateral treaties. Further, Vienna Convention on the Law of the Treaties clearly suggests that the state cannot use domestic law as an excuse to their international law obligation. Let's talk about other neighboring states. Russia. Russia is certainly a member of the Refugee Convention and Torture Convention. However, occasionally there are newspaper coverages that Russia send these North Korean defectors back to North Korea. And it appears that they had also, similar to China, some bilateral arrangement with North Korea, probably to reduce number of North Korean defectors. However, again, international law applies to Russia. China or Russia are not the two countries where the North Koreans are going. Rather, there are other states that has some relevance to this issue. Laos, Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Cambodia, Mongolia are the neighboring states. Some North Korean defectors are able to go even down to the Southeast Asia, but then they are again apprehended and detained. Sometimes they send these people back to China or North Korea. Interestingly, these older communist states, which are transformed nowadays, are not members of the Refugee Convention. So sometimes they say that we are not the members of the Refugee Convention, so we are free from sending them back. However, as I said earlier, it's a customary international law that you should not send these people under the principle of non-refoulement. At the same time, these many countries actually are the members of the Torture Convention. Laos, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Mongolia, all these countries are the members of the Torture Convention. So they should not send North Korean defectors back to North Korea, because these defectors, once they returned, would be subject to inhumane treatment or torture. So because of these international law requirements, they should not send them back. I believe that we should continue to argue that these neighboring states should not repatriate North Korean refugees to North Korea. On the other hand, one alternative we could think about, while we are holding them liable, accountable, but at the same time we are thinking about some new ideas. That is, an example is UK-Rwanda asylum agreement. There are a number of migrants from all over the world to the UK, and UK recently signed a treaty with Rwanda and then tried to send these migrants to Rwanda. And UK court said that this is lawful under the UK domestic legislation and United Nations Refugee Convention. So what UK has done is that they do not send these people back to their original state where they would face serious risk of punishment. Rather, they send to a third country, which is Rwanda. And then Rwanda, in consultation with the UK government and others, they give some safe haven to these migrants. So we may think about a long-term solution in addition to the international law accountability. That is, we can think about a third country such as Mongolia. Mongolia in 2014 became a mediator between a peace talk between Japan and North Korea, and they occasionally be a neutral party amongst these neighboring states, including North Korea and others. So probably we could consider Mongolia as an asylum destination for North Korea defectors. UNHCR may work together with the Mongolian government, or South Korea, at the same time, South Korean government may have some discussion with Mongolian government or other countries. In conclusion, as we heard this morning, there's not much achievement done since the COI. And again, it will be a long way for us to hold these people accountable. There are a number of, as we did here, NGOs and activists and rights groups, some experts, took a voice and raise their voice about this accountability. But as one speaker this morning said, it'll be a long way to reach to a judge, because you need to have established evidences, and there's a certain legal barriers such as jurisdiction and so forth. So for me, I believe that it'll be a really, really difficult path. However, I think that the way we do here, just raising your voice, sharing ideas, and hear what the witnesses and victims have gone through, I think it ultimately would raise a big voice, which we heard 3,000 years ago. That is, let my people go. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Very meaningful and important remarks. Our next speaker is a great friend, mentor, HRNK senior advisor. We've learned so much from Robert Collins, from Bob Collins, when it comes to North Korea's regime dynamics. We keep calling it the chain of command and control. Bob insists that it is actually a chain of control and command. Now, Bob, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about the regime, its deliberate policy of human rights denial, and possible pressure points. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Greg. I'm going to talk to you about how the chain of control goes directly from the Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un directly down to the workers and administrators at the political prison camps that do such cruel treatment of all of their prisoners. Some of it was described as the witnesses today. The Kim regime, or the North Korean state, the government is not in control of North Korea. It is the Korean Workers' Party that is in control. They make all policy, and then the government follows that policy and implements it. And the way that the party maintains control is that they embed a KWP, Korean Workers' Party, committee in every institution in North Korea, whether it's military, social security, institution, economic, financial, you name it, there is an embedded KWP committee in each of those. The size of the committee will depend upon the organization that they're serving. Sometimes they're very small, like at embassies, there's not many people and they'll use a party cell, but it ends up being the same way. This is true for the political prison camps also. And the way it works is the organization and guidance department of the party runs the party. And so the director of the organization and guidance department is Cho Young-won. He is the #1 assistant to Kim Jong-un. Whenever you see Kim Jong-un in the paper, at KCNA papers, you're going to see Cho Young-won about 70 to 80% of the time standing right next to him. He runs the organization and guidance department. That's comprised of about 1,000 people. Its headquarters in downtown Pyongyang. And within this department, there are a number of regional organizational secretaries who deploy 4 to 5 to 6 days every month down to their area of responsibility to ensure that that organization is doing exactly what the party wants it to do and make sure that it happens at the benefit of Kim Jong-un. Now, North Korea is a country that's based on loyalty, or at least the regime wants to base it on loyalty. And what they do is they put out a document or policy that's called the 10 Principles of Monolithic Ideology, TPMI.
And that describes exactly how you as a North Korean must be loyal to Kim Jong-un. What the process is, how do you do that? And so this is what's studied by every North Korean. They don't study the Constitution, it's not even taught in their schools. They study the TPMI and the ways to be loyal. And the way that this is validated is through a process called Sangwal Chonghwa, which means lifestyle self-critique. Every week, at minimum every week, every single North Korean, usually on Saturdays, every single North Korean must stand up in front of his party committee and his organizational element, whether it's a military unit or police unit or financial unit, doesn't matter, has to stand up and say how they failed to live up to the TPMI, how they failed Kim Jong-un in terms of being loyalty. They don't stand up to say, oh, this is what I did really well. No, it doesn't work that way. This is where I fell short. As soon as you stand up and say what you have to say about how bad you were or how poorly you performed, then the person that leads the Sangwal Chonghwa element, which is usually an organizational secretary of the embedded committee, that person then chooses another one to stand up and criticize the original person. So twice you criticize yourself, and then another person stands up and criticizes you also. That happens every week. Now, in this process, you go from Kim Jong-un leading his assistant Choi Young-won, who leads the organization and guidance department, and he sends down to every regional element an organizational secretary to make sure that this is happening along with the conduct of the mission of the particular organization. There are no exceptions, no exceptions. Now, the camps are run by two security agencies, the National Police and the Ministry of State Security. And so those two organizations, as you can imagine, has an embedded party committee there at their headquarters. But as they go down through their bureaus into the political prison camps, there's an embedded party committee there, and it has an organizational secretary. And what happens is the organizational secretary that comes and visits from Pyongyang works with the organizational secretary at the political prison camp to ensure that the treatment of them, of the prisoners, is extremely cruel. That's the mission that they give. 20 years ago, Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un's father, made the statement that those that are in the political prison camps are like poisonous grass. They must be pulled out. That was a directive from Kim Jong-il through the OGD, the Organization and Guidance Department, down to the political prison camps. And consequently, every worker and every administrative person within that camp, every guard, must confess that they weren't cruel enough. They weren't cruel enough. That's their mission, is to be cruel. So what you heard from the witnesses and what you hear from many other North Korean escapees, this is the process that they go through. So as you do your Sangwal Chonghwa, you say, I didn't maltreat that woman bad enough. Or I didn't make suffer that man who's building this enough. And another person says, that's right, you didn't. You should have been much meaner to her. You should have been much meaner to him. You're supposed to be more cruel. And that's all recorded by the organizational secretary, and it ends up in the files at the headquarters of the Organization and Guidance Department. So you can see that there is a direct line from Kim Jong-un, Choi Young-won, organizational secretary, down to the embedded party committee, where the workers and administrators and the guards all stand up and self-criticize them why they weren't cruel enough. And that's the primary directive for anybody that's associated with the political prison camps, and for every other type of prison that goes along with it, but especially the political prison camps. And so with that process, we know exactly who to blame. It's very direct. We know exactly who to hold accountable. And as many of the panelists have talked today, the accountability is a primary objective of agencies such as HRNK, IBA, and others. So I think that's all I'm going to say. I just want to leave you with that direct chain, and we know exactly where to go after these people. Thank you, Greg.
Well, Bob, thank you very much. Finally, we're going to go to Dr. Kim Dong-soo, Senior Advisor with INSS, the Institute for National Security Strategy, diplomat, scholar, great Korean patriot, and great friend. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador Jung-Hoon Lee, for you inviting me to this very important international seminar on North Korean human rights. And Greg, thank you for giving me floor. My name is Kim Dong-soo. I was the North Korean former diplomat. I served in North Korean Foreign Ministry, North Korean embassies in Switzerland, Norway, Italy for 16 years. And I worked in Institute for National Security Strategies of South Korea for 23 years. And I have been to Waseda University as the visiting scholar for 1 year. And I came back this year, beginning of this year, and I rejoined again to the Institute for the National Security Strategy as the senior advisor. Since the time is very much limited, Ambassador Jung-Hoon Lee mentioned to me to make a speech for less than 7 or 8 minutes. Let me straightly debate on North Korean human rights. Recently, human rights organizations such as COI, Asia Watch, and the Heritage Foundation, as well as the Asia Pacific Congressional Federation, International Press Association, the European Union, the United States, have expressed interest and concern about the human rights situation in North Korea. North Korea will oppose the universality of human rights by citing the peculiarity of North Korean style socialist system. But it has a responsibility and obligation to comply with the UN member states' obligations and human rights rules because it already partially joins the International Rights Convention, Human Rights Convention, as a member of the United Nations. In this context, I have analyzed that it is necessary to set the basic direction of international cooperation for the promotion of human rights policies towards North Korea as follows. It is very necessary to actively raise the issue of human rights of North Korea through various international organizations under the UN, including the North Korean Human Rights Investigation Committee, COI, which deals the most comprehensive human rights issues in the international community. In addition, it seems that human rights issues of North Korea should be discussed in earnest within the framework of economic and security cooperation or a new regional human rights system at the regional level. In particular, it is judged that Yoon government should establish a wide range of cooperation networks with domestic and international NGOs related to human rights, which have recently been growing rapidly and call for improvement of human rights in North Korea. To this end, first, it seems necessary to raise the North Korean human rights issues more actively through the United Nations. Using the UN Human Rights Commission's monitoring procedures, it is most important to effectively highlight the issues throughout the world, such as the North Korea's political prison camps, public executions, the detention, repatriation, and the execution of the North Korean defectors. It is also necessary to investigate human rights conditions and take countermeasures against North Korean defectors by utilizing the Special Investigation of Mass Escape system appointed by the UN Secretary General. In the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights Intervention and the UN High Commissioner for Refugees Obligations and the roles in protecting North Korean defectors should be more actively utilized. In addition, the UN General Assembly and the Security Council should actively promote human rights improvement in North Korea. Second, I have analyzed that it is important to establish a new regional human rights system at the regional level, but to discuss human rights issues with North Korea in earnest within the framework of economic and security cooperation. To this end, it is necessary to actively promote the improvement of North Korean human rights through active cooperation with relative countries or with related countries around the Korean Peninsula. It is necessary to take the multilateral approach so that it can be closely linked to the improvement of human rights in North Korea by strengthening the cooperation system with allies such as US and Japan on the North Korean human rights issue. In addition, based on the United Nations Asia-Pacific Human Rights Commission, it is necessary to strengthen the regional human rights agreements, such as the European Convention on Human Rights, the American Convention on Human Rights, and the African Charter on Human Rights in Asia-Pacific region. Third, it is of paramount importance to establish a cooperative body with international human rights NGOs and actively support the formation of a network of human rights NGOs, especially North Korean defectors human rights NGOs. How to deal with North Korean human rights issues at this moment is the most important issue that can cause North Koreans to change their consciousness, change their ideology, and even change their system. To realize these purposes, we need to bring news and information from South Korea and international community to North Korea through broadcasting, print, movies, records, and USBs and MP3s, as well as information and data of freedom, human rights, democracy, and reform and openness of North Korea. In reality, the demand for information from North Korean soldiers and residents are very much urgent. In the future, for the high-ranking North Korean officers, we need to distribute data on the analysis and response of information and the process of South Korean policy and implementation of North Korea. For the North Korean armament, it is necessary to bring in data on the military news, most recent weapons development trends, the truth and purposes of the new Kim Jong-un's military dictatorship, and the South Korean military strategies, strengths, and response capabilities. For the North Korean normal people and children, it will be better to deliver Korean culture on USB, DVD, and CD as dramas and documentaries, Hollywood movies, games, Bible, and religious videos, materials, etc. In conclusion, today, when the international interest in the current human rights situation in North Korea is serious, and the internationalization of human rights issues is accelerating throughout the world, the need for the Yoon Suk-yeol's government to promote human rights policies towards North Korea is growing more and more. Under these circumstances, the Yoon Suk-yeol's government's active use of various North Korean defectors organizations to induce changes in the North Korean region through the international issues of human rights is considered as urgent and important as the North Korean nuclear issues. During the past period, many North Korean defectors organizations have devoted themselves to the freedom and liberation of North Korea, focusing on North Korean human rights, and now they have sufficient capacities to act as the strategic leverage for the principled North Korea's policy pursued by Yoon Suk-yeol's government. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Dr. Kim Dong-soo, thank you very much. That was practically a roadmap toward change and transformation in North Korea. course, the theme of this afternoon's panel is pressure points and the future of the North Korean human rights movement, together with together with Bob Collins and a group of board members. I've had the privilege of putting together a report authored not only by, we'll call us experts, human rights experts, but also security experts, such as Ambassador Robert Joseph, who is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Counterproliferation, Ambassador Joseph Detrani, who was, the lead of our U.S. delegation to the six-party talks. So I think that for the first time after the Cold War, we are managing to put together a coherent and cohesive approach to bringing together security issues and human rights issues. Because in order to procure the funds this regime needs to produce its nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles, it oppresses and exploits its own people at home and abroad. That said, let's open it up to questions, please. If you don't have any questions, I'm going to take the liberty of... Yes, sir. Michael Maya and the lady in the back afterwards. Michael, you first.
Thank you. I've got a vaguely unrelated question to some of the content, but I guess one of the questions that has always puzzled me is that in an era of high tech, drones and what have you, how is it that we have almost no photographs of what's going on in detention centers, political prisons? I mean, I think the only way to capture the imagination of South Koreans and tug at the heartstrings of the international community is to actually have video content. In an era of TikTok and the like, that's what I think has turned the world against Putin in Ukraine, because it's been so well documented by journalists. But again, the short answer is, why is there no way to get photographs and live footage of what's going on in North Korea? Or another thing is intercepts of communications between Pyongyang and, let's say, what's going on in obscure camps throughout North Korea. Or maybe it's all done by handwriting. I don't know.
Well, there is intercept of the communications between the camps and the headquarters in Pyongyang. The problem is all of that's very classified. Both of South Korea and the United States, which have this information, keep it under what they call a SCIF, and sensitive compartment and information facility. So it's locked in there. I've seen it. However, it's not a priority for either one of those governments or their militaries to collect on that type of information. They've tried to focus mostly on the military, much more so than they even do on the political side. So that's one answer. Another answer is actually the ADA, the Air Defense Artillery, along the DMZ is pretty effective. It's very small caliber, so it's easy for them to spot the drones that you're requesting. And then the last thing is that generally South Korea is very reluctant to do any sort of what will be perceived as a provocation by the North. They're very reluctant to do things like that. And again, there's no priority to do that. If South Korea was going to send a drone, and I'm sure that on occasion that they do, it's going to be targeting military units, like missile facilities and things of that nature. Most of the missile facilities are up north, but the smaller ballistic missiles that are forward, those are going to be priority for those. So I hope that answers your question. But those are the priorities of information is a complicating factor.
Maybe that begs the question whether the NGO should be advocating for release of information that not just hard targets like military installations, but also softer targets like...
Well, that would be a good idea. I mean, contacting the government and say, hey, can you release some of this information? You know, whether they will or not is questionable, but certainly a side initiative that's in addition to everything else we've been discussing today.
If I may add to your excellent answer, Bob, good luck to us all with that. The fear is releasing evidence of the capabilities that governments have in terms of satellite imagery. There is good news. There is an ongoing satellite imagery revolution right before our eyes. So even governments, such as the government of the USA, felt compelled to go to better resolution in the public domain from 50 centimeters per pixel to 42 to 35. Things are going to get better. We at HRNK have reached the point where we're capable of releasing not only satellite imagery of a detention facility, but also ground imagery, courtesy of Mr. Jiro Ishimaru at Rimjingang in Japan, in Osaka. So we had both the satellite imagery and the ground imagery. Now, that's a big breakthrough. And these smaller companies will continue to place satellites into orbit. Well, many of them are suborbital satellites, actually. And the quality of satellite imagery is going to keep improving to the point where we can actually see, we can already see people, shadows. We can actually count prisoners at these facilities. So I think you're on the right track. The lady in the back had a question. Please go ahead.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 중국 내 탈북 여성과 아동을 구출하고 또 강제 북송된 탈북민들의 인권 침해 실태를 조사하고 있는 북한 인권 증진센터 소장 이한별이라고 합니다. 저는 박은영 크레도 국제위원장님께 질문하도록 하겠습니다. 좀 전에 그 강제 송환 금지 원칙 말씀해 주시면서 탈북민들의 강제 송환 실태에 대해서 말씀해 주신 것을 인상 깊게 잘 들었고 감사하게 생각합니다. 영국이 루안다 그 난민을 제3국으로 추방하고 있는 대안을 말씀해 주시면서 탈북자들을 몽골로 그 거주할 수 있도록 대안을 마련해 주시는 것에 대해서 말씀해 주셨는데 재작년에 저희가 9월에 중국에서 몽골을 통해서 탈북자들을 구출했습니다. 그래서 작년 2월에 여러 명이 보안상 인원수는 다 밝히지 않겠지만 여러 명이 대한민국에 입국했는데 이후에 중국 공안이 그 루트를 다 파악을 하게 되면서 그곳으로 탈북자들이 들어올 수 없게, 그러니까 몽골로 갈 수 없게 되었습니다. 그래서 지금 러시아에서 몽골로 간 사람 1명 외에 몽골에서 대한민국으로 입국한 탈북자는 현재 그 이후에는 없습니다. 그런데 이제 위원장님이 왜 대한국이 몽골로 생각하고 계시는지 궁금하고 그리고 탈북자들을 중국에서 몽골로 추방하시는 것을 말씀하시는 건지 아니면 탈북자들이 몽골로 가면 그곳에서 탈북자들이 거주할 수 있도록 대안을 마련하자는 것인지 그 부분에 대해서 궁금합니다.
예, 감사합니다. For the benefit of our participants, I will speak in English. Certainly, there's a lot of way that we could set up a safe haven in Mongolia. Currently, as you said, if China doesn't agree, then such idea would not work because it would be very difficult for North Korean defectors to reach Mongolia. What I suggest is that we could set up a safe haven in a country like Mongolia with the agreement by the neighboring states, such as South Korea, China, North Korea, and probably US and UK. For the benefit of the stability and rule of law, at the same time, some incentive to China because China tried to become, at least they tried to portray themselves as a mediator in international dispute resolution. So probably if we have certain arrangement amongst these nations, I think that it would be easier for us to move people from China, Russia to Mongolia, and then the Mongolia would work with the UNHCR to determine who is a right person to be given asylum or to just stay away from China. Now, having said that, then the issue is, as you suggested, why it would be a Mongolia. we may consider other countries like in Australia or Rwanda, for example, but it's too far. Amongst the neighboring states, I think that Mongolia is relatively good candidate. I haven't talked to Mongolia, government yet, but according to a number of people on the potential candidate, Mongolia was considered to be highly because of their past history. They became a mediator of the Japan-North Korea, peace treaty, peace talks. At the same time, Mongolia had a record that they did not send these people back to North Korea. Rather, they allowed these defectors to come to South Korea or the other destinations that they want. And further, Mongolia would really want to become a democratic, a free nation. And they have a strong interest to have a strong ties with South Korea. Interestingly, in an anticipation of this presentation, I actually put this question to ChatGPT last week to see which country would be the most possible candidate for a safe haven for the North Korean defectors. ChatGPT actually replied to me that Mongolia would be a good candidate. And then it gave a lot of reasons why it believed that Mongolia would be a good candidate, as I mentioned to you, of the past histories and the perceptions. So that is why I chose Mongolia. I believe that it is not a really novel idea. Rather, there are a lot of discussions out there. Thank you.
훌륭한 답변을 하셨는데 제가 조금 보태서 드리면은 대표님께 이게 황장엽 선생님이 돌아가셨는데 계실 때 고황장엽 선생님이 무슨 안을 내놨냐면 몽골하고 러시아 시베리 지역에 이제 난민, 탈북민 캠프를 만들자고 했어요. 그 안을 내놓으면서 여기에 이제 러시아 정부하고 몽골 정부가 강압적으로 이제 북송시키지 못하도록 유엔 평화 유지군 같은 우리 말하면 우리 유엔 인권 단체들을 여기에 이제 파견해서 관리하는 이런 안을 내놨는데 그 이후에 이게 실행이 못됐습니다. 왜냐하면 러시아도 그렇고 몽골도 중국 무슨 북한 정권은 아니더라도 어디까지나 이제 사회주의 시스템이 작동하고 있고. 상당히 고라합니다. 이 문제는. 우리 탈북민들이 거기에 이제 들어오고 이게 이제 루트로 이용되고 하면 특히 몽골리아 같은 경우는 좋은 아닌데 몽골리아는 상당히 이게 뭐냐면 네거티브입니다. 아주 부정적입니다. 그래서 제일 좋기는 지금 현재도 그렇지만 우리가 그 유엔을 비롯해서 미국 이 중국 정부가 잘 타협해가지고 특히 대한민국 윤석열 정부가 지금 들어섰는데 윤석열 정부에서도 이제 중국과 잘 좀 물밑 교섭을 해가지고 이 동남아 나라들로 추방하는 식으로 보내는 게 제일 안전한 길입니다. 이게 어떤 때는 잘 될 때 있고 한국 정부 리즘 체인지 뭐냐면 정권이 교체될 때마다 잘 되고 안 될 때가 있습니다. 그래서 우리가 미국하고 잘 이제 또 유엔하고 한국 정부와 윤석열 정부에서 잘 협력해서 이들을 태국이나 라오스나 그래도 자본주의적인 이런 데다 이제 많이 이제 안전하게 중국 정부가 추방까지 하는 정도로 복숭아로 이렇게만 물밑 교섭 잘 해놓으면은 미국에서 이미 이제 북한 인권법 내왔고 의회에서 그리고 태국이나 이제 삼국에서 바로 이제 미국도 갈 수 있는 그런 길이 열리지 않습니까? 그래서 그 길이 제일 안전하다고 보기 때문에 앞으로 그런 노력이 좀 많이 이제 이루어져야 되지 않겠냐는 개인적인 생각을 말씀드립니다.
Well, thank you very much. I do have questions for Eleonore and for Joanna as well. Eleanor, I don't mean to get you into any kind of trouble. You've done terrific work. The UN office has done terrific work. There have been ups and downs in terms of access and other issues. Do you have a wish list as a representative of the UN office? Are there things that could get better in terms of access or other issues? I'm really asking out of sheer curiosity.
A wish list for whom?
For the office here in Seoul.
Well, I mean, I think at the top will be to be able to access North Korea. that's on the top of our list, because of course we're mandated to conduct monitoring, and it's very difficult. It's the same as colleagues in other offices. If we're not able to access the detention centers or the countries, it's the biggest challenge that we have, that we only have access to the people that manage to escape the PRK and arrive here. I think that will be on the top of the list.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Joanna, we are celebrating 10 years since the establishment of the UN COI by consensus. The last thing you and I want to do is to celebrate 20 years with no change 10 years from now. So what do we do as civil society organizations? What's ahead of us?
I think we have to speed up the processes. As Ambassador Lee said this morning, much of it, much of our discussion is kind of around the awareness still. We already passed that stage. Awareness has to finish. Everyone knows the fact, the facts have been established, whether this is COI, whether this is inquiry that you have done. We don't need that anymore. There needs to be concerted actions divided into sectors. And as I said before, especially with the justice sector here in South Korea, because NGOs cannot do certain things separately. The victims are not able to do certain things. And we have seen that the victims are dying, right? And many of the litigations have been only civil litigation. There has been no criminal investigation. But as it was mentioned in this panel before, and what we were trying to kind of portray is that the regime is earning the money based on these crimes against humanity. There is chain of command. We know who is in charge of many of these detention facilities. Kim Jong-un may not travel, and people next to him will not travel, but lower level of perpetrators, mid-level of perpetrators will soon travel because they need money to sustain the operation, to invest in the military and so on. And we have to kind of move to the stage where we need to show that some form of symbolic justice is being done. I think that at least we owe it to the people that the stories we have been carrying for almost 20 years, for me it's almost 20 years, that people who have passed away have given these stories to us, right? This is our obligation as civil society. I think South Korea has to step up its leadership role because of this different geopolitical context. I know this discussion on, even refugee centers and so on about Mongolia. Many things will not be able to be done because of the US-China conflict, because of the Russia-Ukrainian war, and so on. I'm not saying that it's not impossible, but I'm saying that there are not too many people to be able to do this kind of level of advocacy, and this is a little bit waste of efforts. We have to quickly advance at the lower level, and the lower level means domestic levels, especially. I think South Korea and Japan is primary issue that we have to focus on.
Terrific. Thank you very much. More questions from the audience? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Julia O from International Republican Institute. My question goes to Ms. Fernandez. You mentioned about the central repository work of UNOCHR. There must be the evidences and witnesses collected before and after the UNOCHR in Seoul. My question is how this centralizing repository work has been going. I guess they must be very difficult because there must be different kind of forms of evidences. And also, do you have any tip or message to the civil society organizations who's conducting this work to be used as a, the evidences can be used in the future that you emphasized?
Yes, yes. As I said, this work is ongoing. So we have, I think, every time that we meet with our CSOs partners, we discuss about this central repository and the importance for us also to gather from them the testimonies and the raw information they have been collected. So I appeal again to the CSOs. I know that there's many different methodologies that are being used. So we also are open and provide trainings and are open to anyone that requires more information on how to conduct interviews or how to this evidence will be best preserved or kept, to please get in contact with us. We are more than happy. That's also one of our mandates, to provide technical assistance to CSOs and government. We also do work with the government. We've received a couple of databases from some CSOs, but the idea behind this central repository is to have as much information as possible. But of course, we need to request the consent of the victims to be able to keep this information in our repository, and for the victims, the interviewees, to really understand for what is the purpose of this repository. So we've been working very close with CSOs, and we will continue to do that. And yes, if any CSOs has questions on how they could share with us, or what the work is exactly, this repository is physically in Geneva for security reasons. But yeah, I invite anyone that wants further questions on it to just contact the office here, and we'll reach out and explain better. But yeah, I mean, the main purpose is to have as much information. We also work with the government in order to receive also from them testimonies.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Jung-Hoon, much appreciated. Do I see a question in the back? I do not. Well, you've got us surrounded. This is your chance. Okay. Let me thank all panelists. I think the presentations and the answers have been terrific. Let me thank our audience. You've been asking terrific questions throughout the day. This has been a very engaged audience. Again, it has been a true honor and a privilege to work with Michael Maya and his crew at the IBA. Hopefully the first project of many, right, Michael? We'll keep trying. We've been extraordinarily honored to be hosted by Dean Ambassador Professor Jung-Hoon, who is of course a great board member of the U.S. Committee for Human Rights in North Korea, great friend, great mentor, Taesombe as well. So it's been truly terrific. Thank you so much, Jung-Hoon, for everything you do for this great cause of ours, North Korean human rights. We've had fantastic speakers. The Minister of Unification, again, thank you, Jung-Hoon, and of course, Justice Sang-Hyun. It's been a true privilege to work with our friends at No Chain, Mr. Chung Kwang-il and Chuck. Chuck, we're very happy you made it to this event. It's truly meaningful to all of us. So again, it's just a hard-fought campaign. This is another battle. We will not give up. We have what I think is a fairly narrow window of opportunity to keep pressing. 3, 4 years maybe. After that, I don't know what's going to happen. But it's truly important to keep pressing ahead. It's truly important to stop this nonsense and finally bring human rights, freedom, and prosperity to the people of North Korea. Thank you very much, and please join me in thanking Professor Jung-Hoon, Dean Jung-Hoon, and all of the panelists.
자, 마지막 순서로 이정훈 국제학대학원 원장님께서 폐회사를 해주시겠습니다.
Final session, we'd like to invite Mr. Lee, President Lee Jung-Hoon, for a closing remark.
So I won't make a speech. Don't worry. It's been a long day. You know, 1 month ago, just 1 month ago, this room was making a lot of noise, still under construction, right? And our program was still in shambles. So a lot had to come together to make this possible, and it did. So I'm very, very happy that the conference was able to be held successfully as today. I am grateful for all the co-organizers, again, CREDO, the HRNK, IBA, and the INSS, as well as our own Center for International Studies. I am grateful for all the panelists, and particularly the North Korean defector community who come. You have to understand that they risk being out here, because as you heard, some of their family members are still in North Korea. As Joanna earlier alluded to, I think now there's only so much that civic organizations can do, quite frankly, right? So it's really the governments that have to move. Earlier in the morning session, a question was raised: why Putin and not Kim Jong-un? Putin, because it's actually the government of the Ukraine, right? You have to understand the complexity of the Roman statute and how the ICC works, right? A person or a group cannot just go with a petition and expect the prosecutor general to make such a huge decision. It has to be the actions of government of the Republic of Korea, by far the most important because it's our people, but also the governments of the United States, Japan, Australia, EU, the governments of the free world, of the liberal democracies. It's time to act. As earlier mentioned, awareness, of course, is still important, but Greg mentioned, do we want to have this kind of conference in 10 years here? Still circling around, still talking about ARIA formula, still talking about the importance of raising awareness, still talking about human rights violations without progress? No. I think the next 4 or 5 years is going to be really, really important. And we have to, the pressure point is, of course, meant to be for the DPRK, but at the same time, it has to be the governments of the free world, okay, including my own, the ROK government, to really make a difference. And I hope that we move towards that end. And I've been saying for quite a number of years that we really have to benchmark how the international community handle the apartheid system of South Africa. For 20 years, okay, South Africa was under tremendous international pressure that led to, in 1994, the collapse of the apartheid system and victory for freedom and the election of Nelson Mandela as the president of South Africa. How was that possible? Well, for one thing, I think you know that South Africa was pretty much suspended from all its activities at the UN, in committees, subcommittees, for 2 decades. You know that last year, North Korea, the DPRK, assumed presidency of the disarmament conference for 1 month. Is that a joke? Is UN serious? Huh? You know that disarmament conference is a very, very important conference that gave birth to the NPT, right? And to have the greatest threat to non-proliferation in the international community, that of the DPRK, to assume that position, it's just, something's not right. So that, I think, is the extent that we have to push for in dealing with North Korea and the human rights issues in North Korea. Because if we're not willing to take that stake, take that kind of risk to have that political will. If we don't have that, then I can assure you with certainty that we'll be talking about the same issue in 10 years' time. I don't want that. I'll be too old to be doing this. Yeah. So let's make a difference now. We really have to push our governments, okay, because the governments have to act, right? And finally, this kind of conference is, it looks like I'm doing a lot of things, but it's really people behind the scenes who do all the nitty-gritty, dirty work to make it look as good as it does. So please, I'm going to ask some of the people who worked behind the scenes to make this possible, and mostly from the Center for International Studies at the GSIS. So where are they? Evgenia, Dr. Kim, or James, can you guys come up? So this is Dr. Kim, also is our center, and probably you've heard James and Eun-Kyung is the MC, but the one who really did a lot of work is Evgenia, okay, whom a lot of the panelists corresponded with. She has a class. I mean, she has a priorities. Yeah. So let's give them a nice, warm round of applause. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we're back. Thank you, everyone. And another thing that I'm very happy about is that, when we go to these North Korean human rights conferences, it's a lot of the times it's the usual suspects. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, okay? But I'm very heartened to see that there are a lot of young people in attendance today. And I hope that, you feel a sense of entitlement. I mean, don't feel that, oh, what can I do? There's a lot you can do. Okay, I'm here to help. If you want to know, all the panelists, I'm sure, will be more than happy to respond to you if you reach out. Okay, so, and some of you are already doing that, like Mr. Park Jung-Gil, right? So, thank you for attending, and thank you for the whole day of your precious time. Thank you.